America's future is built on bold ideas and the networks that bring them to life. Powered by America's cable industry, these networks deliver gigabit speeds nationwide, bring unforgettable moments onto our screens, and redefine what's possible, whether at home or on the go. Behind it all, Wi-Fi does the heavy lifting, carrying most of America's internet traffic. It links ideas to opportunity and fuels growth and prosperity. In a world that grows more digital each day, America's cable networks are built to meet every moment because progress doesn't stop here. We continuously reimagine what comes next, to connect, to innovate, to grow. Welcome to the Continuum.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the Continuum stage, your host, journalist, producer, and TV personality, Dana Blair.
Hi, everyone. I like to keep a little bit more energy. Good afternoon. Yes, and I love seeing standing room back there because I like to think that we're like the cool space. Is everyone having a good morning and day so far? Seeing some good things? As mentioned, my name is Dana Blair, and it is an absolute honor and pleasure to be here with each and every one of you today. We have 2 days of so much content and conversation planned for each of you, and I know you're going to find it absolutely exciting. As you just saw, we have our Anthem video, and it's a powerful reminder as to why we're here. The Continuum isn't just about technology or the infrastructure behind it. It's about people. It's about communities. It's about making sure innovation doesn't live in isolation, but becomes a living force that connects us all, sparks creativity, and empowers us all to thrive. That's exactly the vision behind the NCTA Continuum stage. The stage is more than a backdrop for panels, which we were going to enjoy, but it's a little bit more than that. It's a space built to spotlight the relentless innovation happening in our industry and to dig into the policies that make it possible. Over the next few hours and days, you'll hear from some of the brightest minds in technology, policy, and business. Leaders who are not just shaping today, but building the framework of our industry's tomorrow. So, as we open the Continuum stage, we're going to keep the energy going, and I encourage you to listen not just for what's happening right now, but for what it means in the future. How will these technologies transform the way we live, work, and connect? How will the policies we craft today make those possibilities real for communities across America? Our first session is titled Relentless Innovation, a look at today's platform of possibility and futuristic vision for tomorrow. To kick us off, a few welcome remarks from our Continuum partners at NCTA and Cable Labs. Please join me in welcoming Rickon Thacker, CTO of NCTA, and Mark Walker, VP of Technology and Policy at Cable Labs, who will later be joined by Comcast Chief Network Officer Alad Nafshi and Charter SVP of Emerging Technology, Gary Kerper. Gentlemen, the stage is all yours. Please give them a warm round of applause.
Hey everyone, good afternoon. Welcome to the Continuum. It's happening. Well, on behalf of NCTA, I'd like to welcome you all to our experience zone here, where nation's most innovative minds are meeting, and of course, alongside our great partner, Cable Labs. Welcome, everyone. Now, according to Oxford Dictionary, the word continuum is defined as, I was not going to read the dictionary definition here, of course. What we have created actually cannot be explained with words. So I encourage you all to actually explore it, check it out, what kind of hands-on demos we are doing there, and what kind of amazing work that we have put together. Now, what is Continuum? Jokes aside, this is actually an ongoing, ever-evolving story of broadband innovation. What we have put together is actually American innovation here. You are going to see a series of demos and handheld experiences through which you are going to see how tomorrow's technology is actually coming to life right now. And what better place to actually host this than Washington, D.C.? home of policymakers, regulators, and of course, a city where policy and technology intersects every single day. And that's exactly what this space is about. This is where you're going to see our industry is actually delivering for American consumers today, and what's into the future, you'll be able to actually see that. Now, we have come far, far away, starting from coffee can amplifiers to analog cable boxes, right now to AI-enabled, fiber-rich network with mobile offerings. And that coffee can amplifier I just mentioned, it's on display. Make sure you check it out. Now, to give you a quick sense of scale, our industry actually has invested more than $340 billion just in last 2 decades in broadband infrastructure. We support more than 1.3 million jobs right now. And we contribute more than $570 billion into US economy. But we are not slowing down. With billions of devices connected to broadband cable, with more than 20 million active mobile lines in service by our member companies, and also with thousands of devices connected nationwide, just actually if you think about CBRS networks as well, we are actually powering the nation through various types of connectivities. And did you know that we carry actually 8 times more internet traffic over Wi-Fi than internet? That's not just simply impressive, but that's transformational. And Wi-Fi is actually one of our unsung hero of our cable. And I want to actually acknowledge that along with this Wi-Fi journey, we are going to actually see shared spectrum journey as well. So with all that, you are going to actually see all amazing innovations at 6 immersive portals we have created for you. You're going to see immersive entertainment, agentic AI, network resiliency, cybersecurity, shared spectrum as well. All these innovations are actually showing what we are doing today, not only that, but what's possible tomorrow. However, when we celebrate how far we have come, we want to also understand how far we can go. Let's imagine that when policy and technology actually combine, we can actually achieve that. And one more thing I want to mention, and that is with the sense of gratitude, that this is actually a shared effort, not only what we put together here, but what we all have delivered for American consumers, right here in urban area to rural areas and everywhere in between. And to you all who are in the room right now, but also countless other people who are building with us, who are deploying with us, and who are advocating with us, thank you all. And before we actually welcome 2 of our nation's most forward-looking technologists from our member companies, Comcast and Charter, I'd like to give it to Mark Walker to give us some opening remarks from Cable Labs.
Good morning. I just first and foremost want to reiterate Ricken's welcome on behalf of Cable Labs. I think the exhibit that we have here, the Continuum exhibit and the technology policy track, really provides an opportunity to see the future of connectivity. All the work that has gone into providing the demos and the exhibits that Ricken has walked through really is that window into the future that we are talking about. And for those that are not familiar, Cable Labs is the global R&D lab for the cable broadband industry. And we're here to help drive those technologies that will enable that connectivity of the future. And we are grateful to have partnered with NCTA to really bring in that technology aspect to the discussion, to that sort of fusion of policy and technology that will enable us to continue to drive the connectivity that will support not only the applications of today, but those of the future. And as you walk through the exhibit, it will be that history, but it ultimately leads to the end of the story. It's the applications that really matter. Like, it's the technology that supports those applications that we all use every day, and continuing to advance that network and those connectivity services so that we can support the applications of the future. We've talked about, this morning we talked about the speed era, the experience era, the adaptive era. That performance and that speed era, that is just sort of table stakes. And now we have to think about sort of that connectivity through the lens of sort of reliability, resiliency, and security. We all rely on that connectivity every day, and that is only growing as we think about the future. So with that, I really want to welcome you all, encourage you all to walk through the exhibit, see the technologies both today and to the future, and want to welcome Alad Nashi to the stage. Thank you.
Wow, it is so good to be here, and it's so good to see all of you. And you have so many faces that I know and so many faces that I don't know. And I'm truly honored and very thankful for you to being here today. It's incredible to see this industry coming together, right? And it's incredible as you walk the floor to see so much innovation and so much excitement coming together in such scale. We're the industry that innovates, we're the industry that pushes technology, we're the industry that connects more Americans than any other industry, and we're so proud of it. I'm going to talk a little bit about what Comcast does in terms of driving that innovation in scale and to deliver the best products and services to our customers. So we've been on this journey for several years now, okay? And the journey really started with looking at the realities of the network and the capacity growth on the network, okay? And let's remind ourselves that capacity is really driven by consumer behavior. Our consumers are doing what we want them to do, right? To use our services. This is where we shine. And it was clear that the kind of legacy infrastructure, as good and as robust as it was, is not going to be able to keep up with our consumers. And so what we did was we went and basically looked at the network end to end to really drive a different type of network. A network that keeps up with our customers' demands, a network that flexes at the speed of software and not at the speed of this vendor or the other vendor. And a network that blurs the lines between it, okay? That looks at everything that takes to connect all of the, over 1 million homes that are connected to the Comcast network, the 64 plus million homes and expanding constantly that are connected to our network, and the 39 states with the hundreds of communities that are connected to our network and that continue to drive that utilization. And what we've done is we virtualize our network, right, so that we can actually benefit from the advancements in compute and in edge computing in order to drive services like never before. We're able to drive real-time streaming telemetry into everything across the network. And when you ask yourself, well, what does that matter? Well, think about each and every one of you when you're home and those rare occasions where the internet goes down, okay? Do you want us to know about it in an hour, or do you want us to know about it right now, right? You want us to know right now, and you want us to do something about it, right? And that's why that real-time visibility, we want to see what our customers feel at home. And when something's wrong or something's off, we want to be able to self-heal the network where we can. And when we can't, we want to arm our technicians with pinpointing information to basically know exactly what's wrong in the network, to know exactly where it's wrong, and to be able to dispatch them armed with that information to fix it and fix it right the first time. And that's the principles that we've been working on for the past several years to be able to deploy. We have Project Genesis, which transforms our network and drives not only speed, not only all of this infrastructure that I just mentioned, but really transform what it means to be connected to the Comcast network, what reliability is all about, and really meets that consumer expectations. I was joking about those rare times that the internet goes down at home. When that happens in my house, I'm not sure that my kids are going to make it, right? I mean, there's nerve damage. The internet is down. What do you do? But that's the burden that we have now, and to be honest with you, that's also a competitive advantage because our network, unlike our fixed wireless competitors, can handle all of that, and then some. Bring it on. More services, more interactivity, greater interaction, greater visibility, all that is coming together with the network that we're building and we're broadly deploying with Project Genesis. Now, about 2 years ago, at SCTE, it was in Denver, we announced the very first DOCSIS 4.0, the future of cable, with multiple gigabit symmetrical services on the same coaxial cable that connects all of our homes today. You don't need to dig up your front street. You don't need to tear up your front lawn. You don't need to spend 8 hours with your favorite fiber technician to rewire your home. The same connectivity delivers that. And I'm standing on stage here today, proud and extremely excited to say that we already have millions of homes connected to that technology today across our footprint, with many more millions to come. And we don't upgrade the right side of the street or the better side of town. We upgrade throughout our network. And so when you really look at what we're doing, and I hope as many of you will stay up long enough when I'm done here to still come back to my keynote tomorrow, okay? But we'll be able to share some pretty incredible stats about how those pieces really come together in order to deploy multiple gigabit symmetrical across our entire footprint. And that's not PowerPoint, that is live as we speak. Now, the added benefit of the technology that we're deploying in order to deliver those multi-gig symmetrical is a whole new generation and really redefining what reliability means. And we do that by embedding AI closer to the customer than any other service provider. We're embedding neural processing units into our gateway devices or Wi-Fi 7. We're embedding those same neural processing into our amplifiers that you don't know, but they sit in these green cabinets literally right side of your house, feet away from you. Spectrum analyzing all of your experiences 24/7 and optimizing every bit that goes to your home. And the same compute then translates into our nodes and into our edge compute platforms that are running our connectivity business. And all of that is occurring across the country. And all of that is in place for one purpose and one purpose only, to deliver the absolute best services to our customers in great scale. So it's not just the speed, it's redefining what reliability is. And by the way, fiber competitors can't do that because they have a passive network. They don't know what happens right outside of your house. They don't know what your experience is. They can't drive AI as deep into the network as we can. And if we speak about fiber, we've also blurred the lines between fiber and coax. That same vCMTS edge compute platform that is serving all of our connectivity services could deliver multiple gigabit symmetrical over coaxial cable, over fiber cable, and do that completely seamlessly. And that platform is powering our AI ops. Our AI ops is capable of self-healing 77% of the alarms on this network today already. We look at 300 billion different data points per hour to optimize that experience across our network, and is truly able to deliver a service like no other when it comes down to delivering the future of connectivity. Now, the network extends up and down. That same innovation that I talked about is now going into our core network and be able to scale at the speed of software on our core network. Because at the end of the day, the separation between a core network and an access network is an org chart. The customers don't care if the outage is 600 miles away from the home or 6 feet away from the home. We need to be able to self-heal and handle both. And that is the network that we're building, and that is the network that we're transforming across our footprint. Now, the same extends into the home. Our Wi-Fi 7 gateways that we're now deploying deliver the absolute best in-home connectivity, bar none, and we do that in greater scale than anyone else. And we do that in a seamless way because that is what our customers expect. They don't know what virtual platform serves them, right? They get to experience their the services over a Wi-Fi connection, and when it all comes together with all that technology, that's where it really happens. Now, those edge compute devices that I talk about that run a connectivity business, the vCMTS, are really now starting to come together. And so those compute devices could serve the best live delivery you could possibly get, right? Thursday night football, well, yeah, we got that at the best quality and the latest latency, meaning as close to live as possible. We're already working on launching a whole new generation of edge compute services to protect our customers, because think about it, all the traffic that goes down to our customers and all the traffic that goes up from the customers, well, it goes through that same edge compute. Well, where could you possibly defend the customers better? Without needing to download any special software, without needing to be an IT professional to set it up. We got it. And so that's really how all this network comes together. That's how we're going to continue to innovate, push the boundaries of technology, and do all of that for our customers, for our employees, and for our technicians, making them better, making them even smarter, making our services even faster, lower lag, and more reliable. So thank you so much for coming today. I hope you come see my keynote. We have a lot of exciting sessions and a lot of exciting technology to showcase here. Just walk around, see it. It's pretty incredible to see what this industry is bringing together. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. And with that, I'll hand it over. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. Please welcome Gary Kerper from Charter. Gary.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I'd like to take this moment to recognize the fact this is probably the first and only time where Alad doesn't have slides and I will. And so that's usually the flip of that. So my name is Gary Kerper, and I run a group within Charter Communications called Emerging Technologies and Strategic Development. What that means is we look for technologies that'll differentiate our core connectivity offering, as well as brand new revenue streams. I'm going to walk you through two different initiatives that we've been investing heavily in that we think will do both of those. So as many of you guys know, we invest and innovate heavily on both the wireline side of our business as well as wireless. And I'm going to introduce the first initiative as a new technology that represents the convergence of those two networks, and that's fiber-powered DAS. And so, as many of you recognize, we have broadly deployed CBRS networks based off of the power of our network, which means millions and millions of miles of fiber and coax running down the streets in front of 50+ million homes. And so it is that DOCSIS at the very end of that cable that is powering the connectivity to homes and businesses, but also powering the small CBRS small cells. Now, the interesting thing about those small cells, it's a marvel of modern technology. It represents an entire 5G network in a box. It is a cable modem, a 5G central unit, distributed unit, radio unit to an antenna. And so the reason that's so powerful is we get to deploy one of those small cells anywhere we need coverage, capacity, and speed based off of where the customers sit. Fiber-powered DAS extends that even further. And so what fiber-powered DAS does is it takes all that 5G networking equipment and moves it up into the network. It could be in our core network, it could be at the edge of our network in our hubs, and even co-located to the DOCSIS nodes on our plant. And so the signal that is actually going down the coaxial cable is the 5G signal that is ultimately going to your home, going to your phone. And so it is broadcast by 5G equipment onto the cable that goes down the street, but in that case, it's shielded so it doesn't get broadcast. That ultimately goes to a piece of equipment called a DAS, a distributed antenna system, where it gets broadcasted out over CBRS licensed spectrum to your cell phone. Now, the powerful thing about that is it reduces the overall cost for deployment, and it also keeps the technology separate. Now, Alad talked about DOCSIS 4.0. DOCSIS 4.0 goes up to about 1.8 gigahertz. And so the spectrum that we use for 5G is higher than that. And just like cell phones today separate 5G from 4G and they can coexist over the same airwaves, we use the same technology to separate DOCSIS from 5G on the plant so they can coexist. And so one of the more interesting things, however, is we have the connection between that DAS to our cable is a tap, the taps that we're all familiar with. And the cable industry has a tap every 100 feet or so going down the street. And so that tap every 100 feet represents effectively the potential for a 5G tower, giving us the ability for the densest 5G network on the planet. And so if you want to know more, find out more about the ability and the capability of this technology, you can walk over by 100 feet to the Charter segments of the NCTA booth, where we have fiber-powered DAS, operational live broadcasting to Spectrum mobile phones today. So the next initiative that I'll talk about is BrightIQ Snow. Last year in Atlanta, we debuted BrightIQ with some use cases that were really oriented towards helping our partners that were technology providers in the MDU space. Their challenge was, how do they manage a day in the life of a tenant? And we were exposing APIs and data and controls over our network to help them better manage that experience. And so now that's going well. I wanted to introduce a whole nother use case and segment in industry that we're enabling with connectivity. And that is, quite honestly, the automotive industry. Cars today are smartphones on wheels. In fact, they're extreme smartphone on wheels. And I'm not just talking about autonomous vehicles. That's super sexy. That's easy to talk about. But EVs, traditional cars, fleet vehicles, delivery trucks, all these are embedding more cameras, more sensors, more compute power, in some cases AI on wheels, and a lot more media. What that ultimately means is a lot more connectivity needs. Now, traditionally, the connectivity for these vehicles has always been cellular and only cellular, but that's where Spectrum Mobile Network and BrightIQ come into play. And so let me refresh your memory on what Spectrum Mobile Network is. So it is the amalgamation, is the combination of 47 million Wi-Fi access points across Charter and our cable brethren in the United States. Now, what BrightIQ does is it allows third-party companies like automobile manufacturers or device manufacturers that go into cars to elegantly, simply, and securely authenticate their devices onto that network. And so now the fantastic thing is it allows them to create a hybrid network. They have the breadth of cellular coverage, and they have the speed, security, and proliferation of Wi-Fi access as well. And in many, many cases, it is that hybrid capability that's necessary, not just in the mobile phone world, but in the automotive world, to create a secure, cost-effective solution for the business and their consumers. And so now one segment of the automobile industry is this. Now, if any of you took an Uber or a Lyft here, I'm sure you saw a dash camera there. That is in the car. That is one of the major growth segments in this industry for security reasons. Now, I will admit that I have a 15-year-old son who just got his learner's permit. He's not going to take Uber or Lyft. He loves to drive, but I will guarantee that one of these is in his car, if only for my own personal safety. But the opportunity is lots and lots of video needs to get to the cloud. And historically, that has been done by cellular networks, which is a fantastic, secure, and capable network. But it needs hybrid connectivity to be able to do that cost effectively. And that's why our first partner in this segment is actually a company called Nexar. Nexar is a leader in the smart dash cam industry. And they use both our Spectrum Mobile Network and cellular connectivity for cost-effective, secure ways to enable videos to get up to the cloud so that they can see, manage, and secure those videos for consumer access, insurance access, and other purposes. And so if you're interested in BrightIQ, this use case and others, please go to brightiq.com, and you'll be able to see a lot more information. Thank you very much, everyone. Really appreciate your time. Have a great show.
Some of you are like, I'm not really buying it yet, but you will, I promise. So thank you so much to Ricken, Mark, Elad, and Gary for helping us officially launch the Continuum stage with such a powerful conversation on innovation. And as we're setting up here, I just want to let you know that you've shown us not only what's possible today, but also the technologies that will carry us into the future of connectivity. So, coming up in just a few brief moments, we don't want you to go too far, we will have our next presentation in just a few moments. We also encourage you to hashtag and share your experience here at the Continuum stage, and we will be right back within 1 to 2 minutes, so please do not go too far. Thank you. All right. I told you it was going to be a brief break. Live staging, we like to keep it interesting. Please help me welcome our next conversation. where we are honored to have key leaders from the Federal Communications Commission for a timely and important conversation about the future of communications policy. From broadband deployment and spectrum strategy to media regulation and cybersecurity, the decisions made at the FCC will help shape the next era of innovation and connectivity. Please join me in welcoming FCC Commissioner Ana Gomez in conversation with Russ Hanser, SVP, General Counsel, and Chief Legal Officer of NCTA, as they explore the Commission's agenda and its impact on the future of broadband, spectrum, and connectivity. Please give them a warm round of applause.
Hello, hello. I guess this is working. Hey, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. Commissioner Gomez, it's a real pleasure to have you here with us at SCTE at the Continuum stage. You have been a leader on our issues for a long time with really unmatched experience in both the private and public sectors. I don't want to say how long I've known you, but it's been a while, and we've known each other in many capacities. So, with so much innovation going on all around us, your perspective is especially critical for us to understand how we as industry can best interface with the federal government and work together to achieve our shared objectives. So thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
So I want to start off by saying the Commission has seen a lot of change in the past year, and I'm curious what it's like for you and what has surprised you the most about moving from a world in which there was a 3-2 commission where you were a majority commissioner to a world where it's a 2-1 commissioner and you are the sole minority commissioner.
Well, I certainly wasn't expecting to have only 3 of us on the commission. And it has been a transition to go from majority to minority. I am now in a position where the most power I have is in the power of my dissent. But in terms of how I work with my colleagues, it really has not changed. I have a very good relationship with both the chairman and Commissioner Trustee, who I understand you're speaking to next.
See her next.
And they understand my positions. And when I need to speak out against something on which I don't agree at the commission, I do so. And I continue to work with them to the greatest extent that I can.
That's great. So let's turn to some of the issues on which you will be and have been working with them. Broadband is an issue of great importance to our members and to others. Cable companies and other companies spend literally billions of dollars annually to deploy broadband, to improve their networks, to bring them to places where they haven't been before. From your perspective, what can the Commission do and what kind of policies can be enacted to help ensure that innovation and investment continue to flourish?
So I believe that we need affordable broadband for everyone everywhere. And I am very saddened that we lost the Affordable Connectivity Program. It was our best program to close the gap for consumers, and millions of households have had to make the very difficult choice between paying for utilities, for example, and paying for broadband, which has become as important as electricity or water to consumers. So I think it's very important for the Commission to continue to pursue affordability. I'm also very concerned about what's happening with the BEAD program over at NCTA. I call it a race to the bottom, where the only thing that matters now is how much the deployment costs. And I think it's penny wise, pound foolish. I think that what concerns me is that we are going to incentivize deployment of technologies that are not going to meet the demand and are going to leave some communities behind, particularly as this administration pursues a policy of becoming the world leader in artificial intelligence. I don't want users to be left out of the AI world. Everything is going to be AI. And having that broadband connection is going to matter all the more, not just for students, but for everyone. And I think this administration is, on the one hand, pushing to become global leaders in AI, while on the other hand, not ensuring that all communities will actually be able to benefit from it.
So with respect to connectivity, another area that's very important to our members is spectrum policy. And you've had a lot of experience in that area. We and our companies rely on unlicensed spectrum to provide Wi-Fi, which fixed broadband providers of all sorts rely on to get very high-speed content to people in their homes. What it means to bring connectivity to the home has changed over time, with most homes having literally dozens sometimes of connections within the home, multiple people watching video streams and computing and gaming and so on. At the same time, our companies rely on shared licensed spectrum to provide service via CBRS to serve tribal lands, university campuses, factory floors, and more. You have championed the successful US defense of 6 gigahertz band in international fora against adversaries who have a different vision for that band. And you've also spoken about the importance of having shared licensed spectrum as part of the conversation. Now the Commission and NCTA are faced with the OB3A. That's OBBBA for some people and one big beautiful broadband bill act for others. I'm going to call it OB3A. Anyway, whatever you call it, this bill directs NTIA and FCC to identify 800 new megahertz for licensed commercial use, which puts some potential pressure on the system. So I'm curious how you see the future, especially of unlicensed and shared licensed approaches.
Yeah. So it's going to be quite a challenge finding 800 megahertz between the FCC and NTIA. Let's make that point. And I really appreciate that you said that we successfully argued for the 6 gigahertz band at the WRC. That seems to be lost in the ether now. But number one, unlicensed has been such an important licensing policy, or non-licensing policy, however you want to call it, spectrum policy for our country. It has led to amazing innovations, and we are global leaders because we have really championed unlicensed uses. And I'm continually amazed at how many companies have used that innovation and really ingenuity to enter markets and to succeed on a competitive basis, which leads us to CBRS. CBRS is a fascinating example of sharing and how companies can succeed in entering markets just by finding it within themselves to create a service that directly competes against incumbents. I think it's very important that we protect that. I realize that it's one of the bands that some are targeting for some type of reallocation, but we need to keep in mind that companies have spent billions of dollars to create a business that is succeeding in the market right now, and in some places is one of the few ways that you are reaching communities. But as you mentioned, it's being used for private uses, it's being used for public uses, it's being used at schools, it's being used to compete directly against the nationwide providers, and I think it's very important that we recognize that in whatever decisions that we take.
Thank you. Keeping up a little bit with that theme, so one of your many public roles was helping lead our preparation for WRC 2023, and given that background, curious what you think we can do to best prepare for WRC 27, both because it looks like we may have to once again defend 6 gigahertz from adversaries who have different designs and a preference for command and control systems, and just more generally, what should we be doing, or how can we best defend our interests next year? No, 2 years from now.
Right.
27.
27, yes. I have so much respect for the people who do World Radio Conference and ITU work, because it never ends. So we finished WRC-23, and immediately we had to get to work on the agenda for WRC-27. It really requires a lot of dedicated resources, and we all need participation, both from the government agencies, which really need to make sure that they have the resources to prepare, and from industry and civil society also to be strong participants, because our adversaries are staffed. They are staffed everywhere. And it is very, very important that we be present for every preparatory meeting, every working group meeting, so that we can be active. The other thing that is really important is we need to engage in diplomacy, and we need to continually build up those relationships. Our elimination of our soft power internationally is a real problem. We are losing the benefit of our support of other countries through programs like USAID in fora like at the ITU for the WRC. So that is going to make it even harder to compete against our adversaries, who absolutely see a opportunity to jump in and gain the hearts of other delegates on which we normally can rely for purposes of winning at the WRC. So there.
Yeah. So that, I guess, is the process side of the question. I want to ask the substance side of that similar point. Again, you've had multiple government roles, but you've also represented clients in the private sector. You have as I said, an unmatched wealth of experience here. And given that experience, taking all of those opportunities you've had into view, what are the best ways, substantively, to ensure American competitiveness, American success, especially in a world where it increasingly feels like technological supremacy is a key, or maybe even the key, to geopolitical success and dominance?
Well, I'm going to go back again to the importance of our relationships and engaging in this diplomacy. I forgot to mention Doreen Bogdan-Martin. Yep. She is the current Secretary General of the ITU, and I think it's really important for us to support her because our adversaries will be looking to get as much control of these institutions as possible so that they can win in this geopolitical war.
Very good. So you have made the First Amendment a cornerstone of your sort of approach at the FCC, and curious about how this keystone affects your thinking about a range of issues, but I have a special interest in the regulation of cable systems and cable networks.
Well, just to be clear, I did not choose the First Amendment as to be part of what I focus on. It has been foisted upon me by this administration and its campaign of censorship and control. I think it's really important that the FCC refrain from engaging in regulating lawful content. And certainly we have a different relationship with the cable companies even than the broadcast companies, because broadcasters get spectrum, and we do regulate that in the public interest. Cable, we regulate in different ways, right? We regulate technology, we regulate for consumer protection type of issues. So the First Amendment will always form the basis of anything that I believe approaches censorship, which is prohibited by the Communications Act, and of course by the First Amendment. I think having a multiplicity of voices is important, and cable does provide that avenue as well.
So let's turn to video service while we're talking about cable systems. As you know, cable service, as defined in the law, is subject to a raft. Hello? Cable testing. Someone doesn't want me talking about cable regulation. So cable services are subject to a raft of regulations, most of which stems from 1992 or sort of that general time frame. Back then, most families had a pretty limited range of options for video service. They had three major television broadcast networks. They had generally one MVPD, one generally cable provider, and then they had the local blockbuster video store, right? They had VHS cassettes. That system, excuse me, that marketplace has changed very dramatically since then. Fewer than a third of households take traditional cable service. People get their video, some from broadcast, some from cable, but many from Netflix and Disney Plus and other streamers. Do you want me to take the hand mic? Thank you. Netflix, Disney Plus, streamers, lots of people rely on YouTube and TikTok. It's a completely different marketplace. And my members look and say, why are we subject to all these regulations when the entities that we're competing against are not? So I'm curious, what are your views on how that disparity should be addressed, if at all? Is it appropriate in your view? Is it something the Commission can or should be working to eliminate?
So I believe that the Commission should be serving consumers. And to the extent that regulations inure to the benefit of consumers, and I think it is something we should look at. At the same time, it does make sense to look at rules, the marketplace, and determine what is still necessary to protect consumers and to ensure the consumer benefit, given everything that we're seeing before it. The thing that I believe, though, is any changes that we propose to make, we should do via a notice and comment period.
And is that a suggestion that there's been deregulation, significant deregulation outside of that process?
Well, I am not a fan of the direct final rule process because I believe that if the Commission adopted rules through notice and comment, then it should eliminate rules through notice and comment procedures. I'm concerned that we are rushing to eliminate rules under some vague standard without giving any opportunity really of notice and comment, and instead eliminating them up front and then giving parties 20 days to come back and say, well, no, we really need these rules. And that's what I'm alluding to. I don't think that's a good process.
So we've raced through my questions for you, but I want to give you an open-ended question and ask whether there's anything we haven't discussed that is of particular importance to you that you wanted to take this opportunity to highlight to our gathered friends.
Well, thank you for that question. You asked me the First Amendment question, and I do have strong concerns about this administration's actions. So I'm always happy to get the platform to be able to talk about them. This administration has engaged in this campaign to bring all broadcasters to heel. And really it affects cable in addition to it affects broadcasters because some of the targets are in fact themselves cable companies. And I think it should concern everyone. I think it should concern everyone because we need to preserve our First Amendment because we need it to have a vibrant democracy. But I want to make sure people really have a good picture of what it is that's happening because it is throughout the administration. It's not just the threats against broadcasters. It's not just Jimmy Kimmel. It is not just the FCC investigating broadcasters because they don't like the content of their broadcasts and their news editorial decisions. It is going after universities because of their curricula. It is clearing our national museums of corrosive ideology, and corrosive is the administration's word, not mine. It is going through the national parks to eliminate history. It is going after law firms because of who they represent and what they represent. It is disbanding unions. It is going after whistleblowers. Now we're seeing this administration's enemies list prosecuted. This is all a violation of the First Amendment. And the thing I want everybody to keep in mind is it's the process, not the outcome. Because this administration knows that it does not have the legal authority, the constitutional authority, or the ability to take action But if they make people suffer for what they say or who they platform, it will lead to self-censorship. There will come a point where this administration no longer needs to issue threats. Instead, we will have that chilling effect that we so worry about. So it's very important that everyone push back, that the corporate parents stop thinking just about their bottom line and think about the future of our democracy if we allow this administration to continue with these actions. So I really appreciate the fact that you're giving me this opportunity to say this, because it is very important.
Well, whoever my successor is who will be interviewing you next year appreciates that I asked it as well, because I opened the door to that person's accession. But well, maybe close, but to pull on the other thread. So when you started in this field and when I started in this field, people always said, oh, these aren't really partisan issues. They break down on other lines. And, that started to change a while back. It didn't just change, but it's, as your last answer indicates, it has changed. I'm curious where you see opportunities for collaboration and cooperation with the chairman and commissioner trustee, and where are the areas where, behind the scenes or in front of the scenes, you're all working together with some common principles.
I keep saying I really would like to stop talking about the First Amendment and instead talk about some of our more core missions under the Communications Act. Yes, we have actually plenty of areas that we can collaborate in, and we do. Spectrum is one of them. The chairman and I actually very frequently talk about spectrum, and they're good discussions, and I think we can continue to have them. Consumer protection. We have our monthly robocall items, and we all share the goal of ensuring that consumers are protected from fraudulent and frankly irritating robocalls and texts. Internationally, WRC, we're one USA, and we can absolutely work together on that. Public safety, national security. We're all concerned about cyber. We're all concerned about making sure that public safety has what it needs to do its job. So there's plenty of opportunities for us to work together, and we do, in fact, have those conversations. And I'm happy for them, and I would love to stop talking about the First Amendment if I could.
Sounds good. I think maybe we'll close on that high unifying note. So please all join me in thanking Commissioner Ana Gomez for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. All right, so you're next.
I'm going to stay. We have a few minutes before Commissioner Trustee comes on, so but please stay around. Apparently, we'll be back in fewer than 5 minutes, so stick tight. All right, and now I'm very happy to welcome to the stage FCC Commissioner Olivia Trustee.
It's okay, no problem. It's great. It's great.
All right. Wait, is this? Okay, this one works still. Excellent. Commissioner Trustee, thank you so much for being here.
Sure.
You have been a leader in our space for so long. Many years as a key staffer on the Hill, and now already making your mark on the FCC. Our members and guests are, I think, especially eager to hear your views on how government policy can be focused on promoting innovation and investment, and how your work intersects with their businesses. So hopefully I'm hoping we can discuss that for a little bit now. And again, thank you. I will jump right into it. So I asked Commissioner Gomez about how the commission has changed and how her life has changed in the last year.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask you a similar question. How has it been moving from a key staffer on Capitol Hill to a principal on L Street? Both moving roles and moving to a different institution.
Sure. Well, first, thank you for the invitation to be here. It's a pleasure to join all of you this afternoon. I've been at the commission for a little over 3 months now, and I can't thank the chairman enough for the warm welcome, as well as Commissioner Gomez and all of the FCC staff in the building. It's been really terrific. I'll share one of the most surprising things about my job so far is just seeing the amount of work and technical expertise that goes into making our communication systems so seamless. We have a lot of really impressive staff at the commission, and I've had the opportunity to meet with folks across the industry, and some of the people are working around the clock to make sure we have reliable and secure communication services. So my hat's off to them. Now, in terms of going from a congressional staffer to a principal, you know, with any new job, there's always an adjustment period. But it is a tremendous honor to get to work at the FCC in this capacity. And you know, right now I think it's a critical time for communications law and policy. And so it's exciting to be able to contribute to the FCC's mission, as well as the chairman's Build America agenda. So it's been really phenomenal in the 3 months that I've been there.
Very good, and we're going to come back to a few of those themes
Sure.
as we talk. Let's start with broadband, which is
Yeah.
at the heart of so many of our national conversations, certainly at the heart of what many of our NCTA's members are thinking about and caring about all the time. Americans rely on broadband for their work, for medical care, for schooling and education, for dating, for watching all kinds of television content produced by other members of ours and third parties. So what can the commission do to best ensure that the really vibrant environment we have for innovation and investment can continue and isn't disrupted by policies that deter that kind of innovation and investment?
Sure. So, you know, as a general matter, I think the commission is best served by having a light touch regulatory framework. And I'm certainly not the first person to say that. But, you know, I think a light touch regulatory framework really gives providers the flexibility to innovate and to respond to marketplace demands. It also helps to reduce costs and remove barriers to entry, which ultimately helps to invite more private investment. And this is what the Build America agenda is all about. So we are focused on streamlining permitting and licensing. We're also focused on reducing regulatory burdens on businesses and simplifying rules, all so that we can better promote providers' broadband deployment efforts. So along those lines, you'll see us working on the environmental and historic review processes that are tied to the National Environmental Protection Act and the National Historic Preservation Act to make sure that those processes are more predictable and efficient. We are also promoting more pole attachment access by making those processes more cost-effective and transparent. And then we are actively evaluating how the FCC's preemption authorities might be able to address state and local regulatory barriers to broadband deployment. So everything that you'll see us doing under this administration is geared toward encouraging investment, fostering innovation, and promoting competition so that we can expand opportunities for connectivity across the country and make sure the United States is leading when it comes to next generation communications technologies.
It's terrific. That's music to our ears. I want to dig down on a couple of those points. So this past January, the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Sixth Circuit found, for the first time under the current post-Chevron framework, found that the Communications Act must be read in a way that puts broadband internet access into the information services category, and that what that means, as the lawyers know, is that it cannot be subject to Title II common carrier regulation under federal law. So that decision was in January. It has not been appealed, so it is now a final decision. In the wake of that decision, though, we've seen various states take action that could be read as trying to fill a gap that they see, purporting to either regulate the rates for broadband service or the terms and conditions on which it is offered. That regulation, no less than federal regulation of the same type, has a disincentive effect and undermines investment and innovation. And you mentioned preemption briefly. I'm
Yeah.
just curious, do you have a view on whether the FCC or other parts of the federal government can or should take action to preempt the states, to prevent them from stepping into this area?
Sure. So, as a policy matter, I think it makes sense for us to have a uniform national regulatory approach when it comes to broadband, as reflected in the light touch regulatory framework that we see for information services under the Communications Act. Now, we have to be mindful that some of the case law that has followed the 2018 Restoring Internet Freedom Order may make it potentially more challenging for the FCC to preempt state laws, although this is a legally unsettled area, so I remain open to other options that might be identified for the Commission to pursue. And as always, I'm happy to collaborate with other federal agencies or Congress as we look to ensure that broadband has a light touch regulatory framework as established under the Communications Act. I see this as foundational to our ability to, again, continue with investment and close the digital divide so that the United States is the global leader on all of these technologies.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I want to drill down. You mentioned the BEAD agenda,
Yeah.
and you put your finger right on issues that are of critical importance to our members as well, which are the permitting issues, the environmental review issues, and access to polls, which often are owned by other parties. We are members. I'm just a lawyer, but we are members have experienced difficulties in deployment and in serving the American people, coming from those various angles: the government permitting requirements that delay deployment, and the poll access, which can add a lot of time delay and can also ultimately make deployment prohibitively expensive. We are really appreciative of the FCC's actions on all these fronts, including just in this past year. And I know that the Commission, even tomorrow, is thinking about some more things it might do.
Yeah.
And is there anything more you can say about sort of a future plan or how you see the future unfolding with regard to those really key on-the-ground infrastructure deployment barriers?
Sure. So we mentioned poll attachments. We have the environmental, historic review processes that we're taking a look at. We also have rulemaking proceedings underway to advance the transition from legacy networks to advanced IP networks. And beyond that, we're looking to expand opportunities for connectivity from space. So we recently adopted a report and order to streamline the Earth and space station licensing approval processes, which I think will also go hand in hand with expanding connectivity to really rural, remote, and hard to reach areas. We also have the delete proceeding, where the public and providers can identify rules that serve as a deterrent to the build out of advanced networks or otherwise inhibit innovation. So, we've already begun work on that front. In terms of adopting rule changes identified by commenters and Commission staff, and I expect us to continue to build on that momentum. The delete proceeding is the centerpiece of the Build America agenda, as you've heard the chairman say.
That's great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Let's turn to spectrum,
Okay.
which, when I joined NCTA about a year and a half ago, and I think a lot of people who are not in our field, when I tell them that spectrum occupies a lot of my time, they kind of cock their head. But, as I mentioned to Commissioner Gomez, and as you know, our companies are relying a great deal on unlicensed spectrum to get their content to consumers' homes and to the many, many devices they have within their homes. We also rely a great deal on CBRS and other kinds of shared spectrum to serve tribal lands and university campuses and factory floors and more. At the recent NTIA Spectrum Symposium, we were very happy to hear you talk about the importance of an all-of-the-above approach to spectrum policy. The OB3A put some serious demands on the Commission with respect to finding and ultimately auctioning spectrum for high-power commercial use. But again, the all-of-the-above piece is very important to us, and we're curious what your vision for that is going forward.
Sure. So, in all of the above approach to spectrum, it's all about accommodating a variety of users, use cases, and technologies. And so I anticipate that the Commission will work to ensure that a wide range of technologies continues to have access to spectrum, and in some cases, new access to spectrum. Now, our immediate priority is, of course, implementing the spectrum provisions in the One Big Beautiful Bill. So along those lines, we've been directed to auction off at least 100 megahertz of upper C-band spectrum within the first 2 years of the date of enactment of the Act. And so our office is meeting with stakeholders to further inform that rulemaking process. A couple weeks ago, I did mention the importance of unlicensed spectrum, and it's really terrific. I went through a tour and saw all the ways, whether through education, public safety, healthcare, that unlicensed spectrum is being used to fuel new and innovative technologies and connect all Americans. I think the future for Wi-Fi 7, the Internet of Things, and other applications are really exciting. Beyond that, we also have a satellite spectrum abundance proceeding where we're looking to make upwards of 20,000 megahertz available for satellite uses, which speaks to the connectivity and our ability to lead in the space race 2.0 in that critical domain. All to say that, I think when it comes to spectrum, the North Star here is putting spectrum to its highest and best use to advance the public interest, whether that means maximizing auction proceeds or supporting the economic activity, the technological innovation that we see on display here, and the job creation as well. Those are the types of considerations that are going to inform my approach to spectrum policy at the Commission.
That's great. I think we have some new data. We'll make sure your office.
Okay, great.
We'll make sure your office gets it.
Okay.
Let's turn to video service. As I mentioned to Commissioner Gomez, and as you know, there's a raft of obligations that apply to cable service, but not to other video offerings. Those generally stem from statutes passed back in the early 90s.
Yeah.
As I said to Commissioner Gomez, that was a time when most consumers had ABC, NBC, CBS, probably one cable provider if they subscribed, and then the local Blockbuster, and that was their video library, essentially. And nowadays, of course, that's nothing like it's nothing like that. Fewer than a third of customers subscribe to cable at all. Customers use satellite. They get a lot of video online, whether through paid services or through YouTube and TikTok and similar platforms. And yet we still have on the books a good amount of regulation that applies to the cable service and only that. Do you support efforts to eliminate that excess regulation and achieve some better parity, putting us on the same footing as some of these other offerings?
So let me start with this. In the delete proceeding, the Commission is taking a comprehensive look at rules to eliminate those rules that are outdated, that are unnecessary or unduly burdensome. And sometimes this leads to direct final rules, which you've seen in recent Commission meetings, and other times the Commission will take up needed reforms as a part of a broader proceeding. So for example, in June, the Commission issued a report and order to streamline cable rate regulations to eliminate rules that were obsolete, unnecessary, or unworkable simply because of regulatory updates and technology advancements and changes in the marketplace. So I expect that kind of work to continue as the Commission is committed to reevaluating existing rules in light of marketplace realities. And so I think we'll see both of those types of items, whether it's through the delete proceeding or part of broader reforms. I think it is worth mentioning that a lot of legacy cable regulations are a function of the 92 Cable Act or other statutory requirements. But recently, as you know, House Energy and Commerce Committee Chairman Brett Guthrie mentioned potentially that Congress might revisit the statutory framework. And so I stand ready to work with Congress if it elects to take up those issues. I think it's really important for continued investment and innovation in this space.
Yeah, and I know we stand ready as well to be constructive partners in that effort, which is, I think, important, and I'm glad you referenced it. I want to turn to cybersecurity. Okay. Cybersecurity and supply chain issues have taken up an increasing portion of the Commission's time and its docket, and that's the same in the private sector, where it's more and more of our time as well. Historically, those issues have been addressed through public-private partnerships and industry-led working groups and other cooperative fora. Sometimes there have been departures from that approach. Do you agree that this kind of industry-led, public-private approach is a better approach for cybersecurity than top-down regulation? And if so, how can we sort of best achieve that? Or are there ways to improve the processes we have?
Okay. Well, I really appreciate this question coming from the Armed Services Committee, where I focused a lot on cyber issues. So I think there is a lot to be gained from cooperative approaches when it comes to our national security. One important area for U.S. participation, I would say, is in international organizations. I think this kind of forum is foundational to our ability to promote American values, economic competitiveness, and national security. And so it's critical that the industry, the FCC, NTIA, and state, that we're all working together to develop a unified U.S. strategy before going into global meetings and conferences so that we can position the United States to advance our interests and capture first mover advantages on next gen technologies. I also think we can be encouraging the private sector to comply with certain global security norms as another useful example of public-private cooperation. Beyond that, I think there is an appropriate role for government oversight within its areas of responsibility. So as many of you know, the chairman created a National Security Council within the FCC, and I think that is a terrific platform for us to be leveraging our authorities in the Secure and Trusted Communications Networks Act, so to ban equipment from vendors that pose a national security risk to our communications infrastructure. It's also a way for us to enhance our supply chain integrity, which is also critical. Think about the Bad Labs proceedings so that those with ties to our foreign adversaries can no longer participate in our equipment authorization process. And I see it as a platform to engage more with our federal partners who have more primary jurisdiction in the areas of national security and intelligence. I think by doing all of those things, the international piece, the in-house FCC piece, and working closely with industry, that's what we can do to help advance our cyber defenses when it comes to our infrastructure.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So a related issue here, of course, is artificial intelligence. The president's AI action plan called, among many other things, called on the FCC to take a look at whether the Communications Act or other legislation that the FCC implements has any language that would preempt state requirements with respect to AI. I'm curious whether you can share anything about how that inquiry is going, what your perspective on it is, and so on.
Sure. Well, first, I appreciate the president and his AI team for putting this together. And this is also a timely question, as at tomorrow's commission meeting, we're going to be voting on 2 items that look at whether and how the FCC's preemption authority under Section 253 and 332 of the Communications Act, what that looks like with respect to AI state laws. So, I'm also open to looking at other ways to see whether state AI regulations are interfering with our ability to carry out our obligations and authorities under the Communications Act. One important area where I think the FCC can be helpful in promoting U.S. leadership in artificial intelligence is by making sure we have the infrastructure stack underpinning the technology. And again, I just applaud you for some of the demonstrations that I saw today. But I think it's all about us promoting more resilient and secure communications infrastructure that's capable of handling vast network demands. I think this reinforces U.S. leadership in this technology, and it helps to foster the continued deployment of wired and wireless networks, which again is all consistent with the Build America agenda. So I think all that you're doing, all that others in the industry are doing is critical to us and our ability to lead in AI technology, which is going to prove where people ultimately end up in the coming years.
Great. So I gave Commissioner Gomez an opportunity to speak about anything that I had not asked about that she might want to underscore. I want to give you that same opportunity. Is there anything we haven't gotten to that you want us to know about?
Well, I care deeply about universal connectivity and making sure people in really rural, remote, and hard-to-reach areas get service. So I appreciate all the things that your member companies are doing to do that. We are eager to work with the Congressional Bipartisan Working Group on Universal Service, for example, to ensure that that program is modernized and it has the right reforms to continue meeting connectivity issues across the country. Coming from the Hill, working for Senator Roger Wicker and Congressman Bob Latta in the House, I know how deeply important these issues are to their constituents. I've had the opportunity to visit Mississippi and Alaska and just seen how transformative broadband can be to these communities, whether education, public safety, health, defense, all of those things. And so that's top of mind for me every day that I go into work and work with my tremendous staff out here who've helped me, and that's what we're looking to do. So I appreciate this opportunity to share my vision at the FCC, and I look forward to working with everybody here in the next weeks and months and years.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Russ.
Please join me in thanking Commissioner Olivia Trusty.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate you. Okay, thank you.
A little bit longer to get to the stage. We have such a great crowd. I like that. I like that. We're going to take a brief pause, but again, thank you so much, Commissioner Trustee Russ, for that engaging discussion. And what stands out is how much alignment and collaboration it will take to turn policy into progress. These conversations are invaluable in showing us not just what's on the horizon, but what it will take to get there. So thank you so much for joining us this first half. We will have a brief break. Please do not go too far. We have more great conversations coming up right here on the Continuum stage. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the Continuum. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the Continuum stage, your host, journalist, producer, and TV personality, Dana Blair.
It's after lunch, but we can give a little bit more energy than that. Hello, everyone. Yep, I found some brownies during lunch. I sure did, and they were delicious, and a cup of coffee. How's everyone enjoying their first day? Pretty good? Yeah? We are super excited to have even more conversations right here at the Continuum stage. We're now going to widen the lens even further than we did this morning. Our next session, The Future of Broadband Policy and BEAD Program Implementation, brings state experts to the stage. They'll share how BEAD programs are unfolding on the ground and what it means for closing the digital divide. Please help me welcome Bree Mackey, Executive Director of Broadband Development for the state of Minnesota, Megan Sanfoss, Executive Director of Broadband Development for the state of Kentucky, Jessica Simmons, Deputy State Chief Information Officer and Executive Director of the Georgia Broadband Program, and our moderator, Mike O'Reilly, President, MP O'Reilly Consulting, and former FCC Commissioner. Please give them a warm welcome.
Well, thank you for that very kind introduction. All right, there we go. Thank you for the kind introduction. Hope everyone had a little caffeine. I'm blessed to be with a number of experts on the state broadband offices that represent America. The introduction was beautiful on their names and everything, but I did want to notice, I did read their bios. These are some very dedicated public servants who have multiple jobs in their state, and representing a number of different offices. So really want to thank you for your past work and the work that you've done in the broadband offices, the tough work as you're going through right now. If we could, maybe we could start with a fairly easy question, and that is just give us a snapshot of how your application looks as it pertains to BEAD, and what were you trying to accomplish and where you have landed.
We're all so nice here. I'm from Minnesota, so we always say Minnesota nice. Anyways, Bree Mackey, thank you for having me. It's great to sit on a panel with Jessica and Megan. It's a tight group of broadband directors. So we are in what is called the curing stage, so submitted our information proposal off to NTIA. We had about 22 ISPs that participated in our round. So there was essentially one round of applications, and then we went into direct negotiations. We have about 76,000 locations that are eligible for BEAD that we needed to fund and find internet service for. During the application period, we received applications for 52,000 of those locations and then went into direct negotiations. So that's where we are right now, waiting and going back and forth with our federal partners to get the curing done and get it to a place where we're approved, and hopeful that next late spring, summer, we can put some shovels in the ground and get going on this program that we're all really excited to do.
Jessica, what's in Georgia? How's your application?
Yeah, thank you. So we're in a similar spot. We are still working through curing our application with NTI as well, but we feel confident that we are hopefully close to the end of that process. Based on our challenge process data set for BEAD, we initially had about 165,000 BEAD eligible locations. Following the updated guidance in the restructuring policy notice, we have roughly about 120,000 locations. So we definitely saw some locations come out of eligibility. Out of our $1.3 billion BEAD allocation, our application for our final proposal is roughly about $310 million. So we were able to get to all of our remaining BEAD eligible locations. We did receive competitive bids for all of them, and with essentially significant funding left over, where we're still waiting on an additional guidance of what will be an eligible use for that.
And Megan, how's Kentucky?
So we are also in curing. So we had about over 110,000 eligible locations when we finished the challenge process, and then through collecting additional data and new construction, we ended up with about 87,000 for the BEAD eligible locations. We did receive bids for all of them. Looks like we're going to come in. We had an initial like 1.1 billion allocation. We're probably going to use about a third of that for a deployment project. So again, we are wondering what's next on the the remaining funds, if there will be non-deployment projects that come out of this.
Okay, so just this morning I had an opportunity to interview Administrator Roth and get her perspective on different things. It was a wonderful panel for anyone who was there. But some of you were able to attend. I'd be interested in your thoughts on what you heard and whether it matched up with what you were thinking.
Well, I think, the benefit of the bargain round, we did see a significant reduction in the amount of funds that applicants were asking for. Part of that was because we had refined the eligibility list and noted on the application materials like which locations we knew had service and were no longer requiring BEAD funds. So, that did take about a quarter of locations off the list. So that is potentially a reason why the funding request went down, but also I think people came in more competitively because they were really interested in winning BEAD funds and knowing that the cost per location was going to be a significant evaluation factor, that they were putting their best offer on the table.
Bree, you had a chance to listen to Administrator Roth. What'd you think?
Yeah, well, we certainly appreciate the continued partnership and working with them. Minnesota feels a little unique sometimes, and as I mentioned, we didn't have competitive bids for about 20,000 locations, and that's because we're already at a place where the most difficult and hardest places to serve. So that's kind of been the conversation back and forth with NTIA of what it looks like in Minnesota based on our legislative directive. In Minnesota, we define broadband with wireline and speeds, and so having those conversations has been a challenge in and of itself, not only working with NTA about how unique each of our states are, but then also having this conversation with our state partners and residents in and of itself. So the communication lines are open, we continue to have them, and we're hopeful that, in the end, everybody gets the reliable broadband they deserve.
The Administrator certainly indicated she thought they'd be able to meet their self-imposed 90-day timeline. And your conversations, you're all in curing stage. Does that seem reasonable and they'll be able to conclude as you have conversations with NTIA?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, we do have some pretty tight, robust curing timelines for us states, and we're doing our very best to get that information back to NTIA so that they can not only meet their deadlines, but we're giving them the information they need in order to do so. That also requires NIST to do the review of all the budget components. So it's 60 days for NTIA specifically, and then going to NIST on the financial review and approval with the last 30 days. I'm sure they're working together and figuring that out.
Yeah, and I think one of the unknowns that we have at this point is we know that NTIA will stay open if the government shuts down. We are not sure how that will impact NIST at this point. That could throw a wrench in the timeline if there's a shutdown that impacts the staffing levels there. The timelines for the curing have been very aggressive. Sometimes it's like less than 12 hours that we have to resubmit something. Sometimes it's a couple of days. Sometimes that's achievable, sometimes it's not. There are two aspects of curing. There's the data and there's the narrative programmatic side. And sometimes the data, you need the data cured before you can do the narrative. And so there's some steps that have to happen, and getting the timelines on that lined up is not always is difficult sometimes.
I feel the same. I mean, I think that the timelines have been short, but I do think that it really does give every indication that they will meet the 90 days.
Can I just follow up a little bit? I think one thing we need to recognize as we're talking about these deadlines is we need we don't do this alone in a silo, so we need information from our partners. And so not only do we have a short deadline, we're turning that around to our internet service providers to give us the information we need to meet those deadlines. So I think that's really important to bring up, that the timelines are tight all around.
So it does seem that your heavy work is coming to conclusion, getting closer to the end of of all the application process. And then we're going to turn to the ISPs and the work that they do to do their heavy part of lifting. And at some point, we suspect, at least my experience suggests, that some of those providers are going to run into some difficulties. There are natural processes and some logistics, and some are weather-driven that really make building broadband networks out really difficult. And NCTA had a wonderful video that they put together last year called Every Last Mile that explored both the terrain, but also some of the permitting process that can delay the circumstances. I'd really be interested in your take on, have you had conversations internal to your other state officials on what to expect from, hey, this is coming, we're close, we're getting there, and pretty soon these people are going to be at your doorstep. Have you started that process?
Yeah, we hosted a permitting workshop last fall. We had really good attendance at that, and I think everybody knows what they need to do as far as the NEPA side goes, and that should be fairly easy. Administrator Roth talked about the environmental tool that they have put together for us. I think the harder part for us is the stuff that we can't control, the pole attachments, railroad crossings, those kinds of issues that aren't just as cut and dry as getting a state agency to approve a historic preservation review. Those are things that are kind of nebulous on the timeline. Pole attachments and make ready has been a significant delay in Kentucky. We are a reverse preemption state, so there's not an easy answer there. That's all factored into the tariffs that the PSC puts on the electric companies. So that's something that's still a hot topic of discussion in Kentucky. We have allocated some state funding to helping with pole attachment costs and the additional labor that is required to get all that work done for existing programs. But we know that the floodgates are going to open when BEAD comes to pass. So lots to go on.
Yeah, just to also add to that, I think that NEPA and historical preservation will still be relatively straightforward. Again, NTI has built a tool for us to hopefully streamline that process. But, previously our office has really not been involved really in the permitting process. It's really been the providers going and getting the permits themselves. And so that obviously will be a new kind of process for us assisting with that, and also just making sure that all of our subgrantees obviously they are aware based on BEAD rules, but just if anybody is a current subgrantee from our State Fiscal Recovery Fund or our Capital Projects Fund programs through ARPA, EHP and NEPA were previously waived, and so obviously this is a different process, working with NTIA and having different permitting requirements. And so really just making sure that everybody's up to speed and making sure that they kind of understand the new process, because we've gotten to the point, based on the grants that Governor Kemp has awarded over the last couple of years, we have a lot of money in flight right now in Georgia, and everybody that's a current awardee is pretty used to the process. And so we just need to make sure that obviously they're aware of, if they're also going to be a BEAD subgrantee, they need to really understand what changes are there, just because obviously is a different process working with a different federal agency.
And I think we've talked a lot about the potential categorical exclusions for the NEPA reviews. Categorical exclusion does not mean that you don't have to do anything. That's an exemption when that happens. Categorical exclusion means you don't have to publish a finding of no significant impact to the environment. So it does save you a step there, but there still is a lot of documentation that needs to go into that environmental review record.
Bree, what do you think?
Yeah, well, first, the video is amazing because Minnesota's featured in there, so I'm just going to say that. But also recognizing, simple things like weather can be a barrier in the state of Minnesota and many of our northern states. One thing that we were able to do the last year or so is we created a broadband charter in Minnesota itself, and bringing all of our partners, other sister agencies in, whether it's the Department of Transportation, the DNR, Labor, OSA, all all of the players, right? And having a conversation and help getting them prepared for not only the work they have right now, because we have heard from our providers that things are delayed. Well, we know we're short-staffed in the amount of work, and they all are too. So how can we prepare them to be ready and get those approvals through as fast as we can? And that's been helpful. And what came out of that is being able to hire an archaeologist on my team. And that person is doing land use coordinating and making sure that everyone is in play, but came from the feds and has a great experience with NEPA. And so trying to be a little creative on how we can do that and make sure not only our projects, because we have a lot of projects going on right now with our providers from state dollars that have been investing for the last 12 years, as well as the recovery dollars. We don't want delays, and I think we need to go back full circle. Is ultimately the people who are waiting for the service have always been waiting for the service, and so if we can quickly mitigate that and move that along, we want to be helpful.
One thing that I learned a while back is that states are talking extensively. That the 56 partners, not every call, but certainly talking regularly. Do you think that the rest of the states are in the same situation as you? Are you worried? I mean, early on there was a worry that a quarter probably wasn't up to speed, and it's been a while since those concerns are expressed. What's your take on are they all as advanced as where you think this audience is?
I don't want to speak for other states, but I will say it is a tight group of us. All these folks we talk to all the time, and one thing we are not shy to say is I will borrow and steal from any other broadband office who has figured out the answer. And so I think that has been a gift, at least to me as a broadband director, going where, how, what. So having each other has been a huge asset to our team. And I know my team then has people that they talk to on other people's team, because it's not just the directors doing it, it's all the technical. I'm the least technical person on my team, I admit that. But the strengths are in the team.
Love the archivist or the archaeologist?
Archaeologist, yes, no. Though it's fascinating, everyone should go out to a site and see, because nobody wants to disturb those areas. But honestly, I wouldn't be here without the support of other directors and knowing that we can lean on each other.
Yeah, I think it's been a really collaborative group. Everybody really does support each other. Very much same idea of if somebody has figured out like the answer or what NTI is looking for a certain document or upload or category or something like that, everybody is very quick to share, so that obviously we can help our colleagues navigate that as well. But it's been a really good group, and same thing of like our teams talk, making sure like if it's related to data or if it's related to audit processes or whatever it may be, of just having other states to kind of bounce ideas off of. I think it's just been really helpful, really leaning on our counterparts, and I think that it's been something that's hopefully, I think, really kind of helped everybody get across the finish line. I think that I agree. I'm not going to comment on individual states, but I think it's something that, I think every state is really actively trying to do the best they possibly can for BEAD. I think that there's just some states where you have some very unique complexities that really just make things, timeline-wise different, or kind of what they're looking for kind of geographically of how they address BEAD. I know that based on all the staff that we deal with, everybody very much seems like they're actively working and they're very passionate about getting this done. I just think some states have unique complexities that just obviously make things different for each of us. So,
and I agree, and I think sometimes I don't feel like I'm doing this right, or out in front of the we're never going to be like the first one to turn something in, because we kind of always want to see like how Louisiana or Virginia does it first and let them get the spotlight there. But we like to compare notes, and sometimes we all have a federal program officer, and sometimes one of us will hear something and be like, well, that's not the same thing that mine told me. So we kind of work through those kinds of issues and get clarity that way, and kind of, there's definitely strength in numbers. There's only 56 of us, and we work together. It's been super helpful to have this network of really talented and smart people who are all working toward this goal of universal connectivity.
So if I heard you correctly, you said you do have some funding that is available for like the permitting or the pole attachment side. Does anyone else have similar, or do you have authority to waive some of the? Do you have any statutory authority to waive anything on permit or to expedite? Do your state officials have authority to?
So we had about $20 million, and we, at the end of this budget cycle in July or June of next year, that will either lapse or be fully expended. I think we're going to have it fully expended by that point. I don't know, hopefully that's something that was well accounted for in the BEAD budget request. That we did tell them, like, make sure you're factoring in your make-ready cost on this. But there are always unanticipated things, and we're trying to kind of figure out how much, like, what kind of contingency we can put into the BEAD budget request, because we don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, same for us. We don't have any state appropriated funds right now, but obviously we continue to work with the various agencies to see if there's ways to streamline, obviously, or expedite the process as well. But as we're also putting together our BEAD budget, we have encouraged obviously providers to incorporate that into their expenses, but then also for our office operationally, just trying to make sure that we've got a good handle on permitting as well.
Yeah, and we have already used some of our planning dollars to work with other agencies like the DNR to move processes around, and in the budget as well. For Minnesota, we have a part-time legislative, so from February to May-ish. So if I do need anything, I certainly can bring that up if it's still a factor when we get through that. But our language does give us a little bit of flexibility when it comes if we need to override. I don't think any one of us ever want to use that. It's not something that is good practice in general, but to make it work, as long as we're doing it public facing and make sure everybody is aware of why we're doing it, we can do so. But, we have such strong support by our legislature that I just want to make sure everything possibly can go in front of them. Even if they're not have the power to change anything, at least they're aware. And that's just, like I said, that's good practice.
I think I heard, Bree, that you mentioned you're having those conversations with ISPs on what issues may be coming forward. Do you have a process for, if you're expecting complaints or you're expecting issues on pole attachments or permitting, do you have a process that you've dedicated staff for so they can be hearing, do they already do that anticipating, or how will this good audience, if they are working for companies that win ultimately, how do they raise their hand and say, this is what's happening here, help us out?
Yeah, well, first, and I know we've all said this to folks, is just because another state is doing it, make sure you're reaching out to your state broadband office, because we are all unique. We're handling things a little bit differently. And so going straight to the office is really important. Looking at one provider in the room, I'm pretty open, honest, and you can approach me at any time to have a conversation about struggles you may have. That's just how it was set up when it was created 12 years ago, and that's what's worked. That's why the state office is so strong. But I would just say that, we have done office hours, we do webinars, we're out there, our public comment. In 2 days, I traveled 1,500 miles across the state of Minnesota to do public comment, which was not a requirement, but I think it's so important, especially with this program, because things are rapidly changing, to make sure that you are out listening, understanding concerns, and then what else is next for the state, for broadband in general. So I think we're all approachable. My team's approachable. Email us, whatever you need to do. There should be no reason, at least I can speak for Minnesota, that somebody isn't picking up the phone or getting back to you right away.
Yeah, I would say exactly the same. I mean, we very much have an open door policy where we strongly encourage anybody to reach out to us if they're having an issue, because obviously we'd like to be able to help. We are a team of 4 in Georgia, so it's something that, our office is pretty small, and so, but I think that that's a benefit of having a small team, is because frankly, if you reach out to any one of us, we're going to talk about it, we're all going to be in the loop, we're going to be aware of the issue, and, we can actively work to try to help solve problems, but we try to be as accessible as possible We want to know about issues and concerns or, policy concerns just for the fact that it might not be something that's on our radar and until you bring it to us, but then once you do, then that's something that we can hit the ground running and hopefully come up with a solution.
Yeah, and I agree. We have a very open door policy with all of the providers in our state, regardless of whether they participate in our grant programs, because sometimes the grant programs do affect, the operations of a neighboring ISP. So we definitely listen to concerns. Can't say that everybody always loves the answer they get, but that's we're operating under the rules that we have to follow, whether it's based on legislation that created our offices or the rules of the grant program that we're administering. But we've taken steps like office hours and going to trade association meetings, and we even have one of our largest grantees we have a monthly standing meeting with just to go through the issues that they're having on the millions of dollars of grants that we have out with them.
At this point, maybe it's a little early, but do you anticipate that we're going to need, some kind of convening within your state of all the problems that may be developed? Because, we all have had experience through the federal programs, and some of them have gone well and some of them have had difficulty. And do you see a need in the 4-year timeline of the actual builds that we're going to, you met, I think if I heard you correctly, you had electric co-ops are sometimes unique. Is there any kind of a need to pull everybody together and say, okay, we're getting this done, we need to solve some issues here? Does it seem like it's a premature, or is it something that's probably in the way in the coming?
I think I don't know that we'll do anything formally, but we definitely are looking toward the future for BEAD and what kind of technical assistance that we need to provide to our grantees so that they're successful at this, because the last thing we want is for anybody to fail. Because we're still getting guidance from NCTA, and that will probably continue to come well into the implementation of these grants as far as like what the monitoring looks like and what the ongoing reporting requirements are. So those are things that we will have to make sure that everybody is able to successfully complete in order to be compliant with the guidelines. So that and then just the ongoing things that affect all ISPs. I think we ended up kind of by default as like the internet complaint department, and so we have people calling us about damage that occurs to property based on from deployment projects that may or may not be state funded. When am I getting internet? Those kinds of things. We answer those constituent complaints, but we also listen to what's going on. If we have ISPs calling us about issues they're having with the transportation cabinet on rights of way and other permitting issues. We get all of those things and try to address them as well as we can, or at least give like a warm handoff to the appropriate contact person.
I was going to say, we get the exact same emails and phone calls. So I think that, I think that as best as we can to, prepare and, I apologize. Can you give me the prompt again? I'm literally trying to think.
Sure. Are you anticipating you're going to need to convene
yes.
Coordination effort?
So, I think that because we have the open channels already, I think people are ready. What we've really experienced in the state is that people and our providers have been really ready for BEAD for a number of years now. And so I think that it's something that everybody's excited. I think they're excited about kind of the progress that we've made. And I would say everybody is very much kind of collectively, I think, working together. And I think more so than anything, just really ready to go ahead and get started.
We have been fortunate in Minnesota to have a foundation, Blandon, that has supported an annual broadband conference that brings together advocates, local units of government, ISPs, all the players, right? And I have been asked the last couple of years to bring that back. We did a big kickoff for BEAD itself, brought everyone together, federal partners as well, having those conversations, and then the year after we did another one, and then it's been so busy, so it's a lot of work putting on a big conference. Oh, I bet the people here know what that's like. Obviously, it would be a smaller scale, but it has been something that's been brought up not only just by partners, but the Governor's Broadband Task Force, and so we actually are actively working on that in our state to bring and convene. And I think a lot of it, we celebrated 10 years. That was a big milestone. Folks just want to know what's going on, and they want to be helpful and be part of the process. So not only for the sake, yes, everybody's engaged. I'm going to conferences of the associations, giving updates, office hours, but I do think there is something about collectively getting everybody in a room, having a conversation and sharing. And so I really want to do it. I'm really excited. My team might not be so happy, but we'll figure it out.
So you all mentioned, I think, in some form or fashion that you're getting the complaints, and some, whether they be the consumer side of the equation, who really want to see service come, or some of the providers saying, hey, are you getting peppered with questions? Hey, in your state, your permitting, in these parts of the state are really problematic. We've been through RDOF, we've been through CAF, we've been through the CFP, I think, the different acronyms. We've been through some of these, and this state has just problems on permitting. Are you getting peppered with that as well? Are you hearing that I guess it's anticipating ahead of time where the problems may be, and it's not necessarily your job today, and it might feed the question I asked earlier, but are you anticipating it's coming, and then you'll be like, well, I don't do permitting, but here's who people do. Like, are you getting that already, and how strong concern is it?
At least for us with our current programs, what we're seeing is it's very, very kind of project specific. It's not necessarily like an overarching, like this one department, we have a number of issues and it's a problem across the board. It's kind of very specific, unique things related to, right of way in a particular county based on how that particular local government is set up. Occasionally, one of the ones we actually hear the most about, and kind of asking if there's anything that we can do to help, is generally related to railroads. And so I would say, there aren't necessarily any kind of big overarching problems that we've been hearing about in the state of Georgia, but we do have ISPs or our awardees reach out to us just kind of for any type of assistance, or trying to see if there's anything we can do to kind of help move things along in kind of those very unique circumstances. So it's generally something that we've kind of encountered it more on a project by project basis, where it's just something very unique about that particular project or that particular area. And obviously we'll try to work together with them to see what we can do to resolve the issue.
Yeah, I think when Kentucky built its statewide middle mile network, there was some permitting issues, and what happened at that point was that the state agency that oversees the Kentucky Wire Network provisioned staff within the transportation cabinet just to work on permits. And so we've talked about doing something like that, because we do run into problems or hear about them sometimes when a build crosses into a different highway district, and so then they've applied for permits in one district, but the county that they're building is in a different district, and so they've got to send them to a different office, and so those kinds of things can cause delays and confusion. And so if we had a dedicated staff person that was doing all the permitting for the rights of way, that would kind of smooth things along a little bit.
Yeah, well, certainly our success and the success of the program is really the provider success of it, and so we're here to help with that process. One thing we have implemented is what we called the Plus series, and it really was bringing each of the agencies that our partners would work with in and do a walkthrough of what happens through a permit process, or a license, whatever you want to call it, depending on the agency, and how they can be successful in getting it through quickly. Let's also recognize there's a lot of money in BEAD, right? So there's a lot of new consultants who have not worked in your state and maybe haven't gone through processes before. So getting them at the table with whatever agency it is, and having that to walk through, we record them, we throw them up on our website, but also relationships matter. And so having the relationship, so if I have provider A call me and say, we're stuck on this permit, we've been waiting, we're not sure what's happening, I can now go to that agency in a way that is trustworthy, respectful, and just say, hey, help me navigate this. Where's the holdup? How can I help you, help them, etc. And that has been very successful. So we do have concerns, and it is very much project by project, not necessarily state agency by state agency. It's really the project and the uniqueness of each of the projects. And again, the goal is to figure out why, because usually there's a reason, and sort of navigating the middle ground of, it's this or this. It's actually probably somewhere in the middle. And I hope that our office, all of us, have created an environment of trust where, those questions and concerns can be brought up on either side.
Okay, if we were to take a step back from talking about permitting and the specific problems, how comfortable are you, based on your applications, that the grantees can, or sub-grantees can successfully meet their deadlines and budget? And do you have contingency plans if things go awry?
Oh boy. Okay, I am very confident in our providers that can do what they need to do. In Minnesota, our grantees have 2 years to deploy. This is a 4-year, so they're very in tuned with what needs to happen. Minnesota, in statutory language, defines broadband a little bit different than what BEAD is, so eligibility. As I mentioned, we had 76,000 locations eligible for BEAD, but in Minnesota, there's still 189,000 that are eligible for our program itself. So, when you call on success of the BEAD program, it's going to look different because of our state programs. No fault of either one of them. It's just, we still are going to have work to do regardless, especially if a technology is chosen or is the best for a location right now in BEAD. That doesn't mean they're served by definition for the state's legislative directive. So because we have wireline in our definition. So again, it's a little bit.
Am I hearing you're suggesting that you could fund it under BEAD and then you would come back and fund it under the state for some different technology?
Yep.
Okay. Interesting.
And I'm already getting that question from our township members, county commissioners, like, okay, but you've designated a low orbiting satellite here. Well, but in definition, and it's a hard job to explain the difference of different programs. We're administering, that's what we are doing, a federal program called BEAD. And we're doing it based on the rules as best we can with the guidance that we have and the approvals we have. And then we have a responsibility to not only our legislature, but the citizens. I don't have reliable broadband by definition. So, having that conversation is tough, but you have to be upfront with them as well. And yes, potentially we'll be funding something that later on the state will fund. If they so choose to. I don't have any more direct appropriations from the state at this time because we fiscally not responsible until we figured out what BEAD was going to cover and then cover the rest.
Feel comfortable? Feel confident?
We do. We right now, based on the previous grant programs and BEAD, we don't have any state appropriated money. And so that is something that I think we're going to eventually potentially have to look at. We do have the same definition of broadband in Georgia where it does stipulate that it has to be wireline. However, there's also kind of the alternative side on that is to potentially go back in and update state law, because obviously state law, working in the technology spaces, I certainly don't need to tell y'all. We have 25/3 right now in our state law, and obviously we know that we're funding things at much, much higher speeds now. And so kind of more than likely potentially having to look at a legislative update to kind of tie things in related to the BEAD program, or potentially seek some type of alternative source of funding. But I think that we've made a lot of great progress with the BEAD program as we've kind of used BEAD to build on top of State Fiscal Recovery Fund and Capital Projects Fund, and then obviously trying to come up with kind of solutions for the locations that we know that exist that are unserved but that are not BEAD eligible. And so making sure that we still do continue to try to make accomplish our goals of getting to everybody, regardless ultimately if they were BEAD eligible or not as well.
Megan, are you comfortable with your application and confident? Are they going to be able to? Are the subgrantees going to be able to build and on budget and on time?
Well, I mean, I think every time we grant money out, there's always some degree of attrition. Whether it's they decide the project is no longer feasible because the permitting took too long, or they the pole attachments have become a headache, and so they like the option is to go underground, but that's going to cost a lot. I think we will do a good job, and we'll close a lot of the gaps. I think there's always there's drawbacks with the FCC maps. We were talking about that in the green room earlier. We've had to remove locations that are no longer in the fabric as of version 6 that were in version 5 or a previous version. And so if that meant that a point got moved from one side of a parcel to the other, but the number changed and said this is a new location, that gets wiped off the map. And so there's no mechanism to put locations that are valid back on. So there are going to be a number of locations that are left off because of that. So a mechanism to address that would be good, and we've been asking for that for 3 years. So that's not a new thing that we brought to the attention of NTIA, but it's definitely a concern as we prior to the restructuring policy notice, we had the option to leave locations that were in an older version of the fabric on the map, but with the RPN, we had to remove them if they were no longer in version 6. So it took away that flexibility to and that was locations we'd vetted as valid locations. They're gone, and that does things like impacting the cost of deployment, like on a per unit basis. We had situations where in an apartment complex, it went down from like 8 points to 1. There's still 8 buildings there, and now there's only 1 BSL. So the cost per location there just went up. So issues like that.
And if I could add, I think that throughout this process and kind of all of the state programs that everyone has designed, because everybody's done BEAD slightly differently, we put the applicants through pretty rigorous gating checks. They had to provide a lot of information to us that we had third-party experts review, whether that was on the financial side or on the technical side. And so I feel like from at least the state's perspective of trying to carry out the program, we've tried to vet as much as we can up front, hopefully making sure that they're going to be successful, but that there are obviously other requirements that we haven't had in the past with our other grants, like the letter of credit requirement, that perhaps does provide at least some safeguard, where I guess your question was how confident we feel. I feel like we feel pretty confident that the companies that we've chosen can get the work done. Obviously, we probably wouldn't have chosen them otherwise. But I do think that there are some safeguards in the event that something doesn't come to fruition, that it's not just that this location doesn't get service. I think that working with NTIA, I think we don't exactly know what that process will be if an awardee is ultimately in final proposal, and then later on down the road that somehow that project doesn't move forward, or if a company can't get a letter of credit, or just kind of any number of those kind of issues that would ultimately make us go back to NTIA and figure out what is going to be that process if we need to update an award in a final proposal. But I think the states have really tried to vet companies to make sure that everybody can do this work, that they can do it for the budget that they are requesting, and that we can always point back to the law of that the timeline is very it's set and it needs to be done by then. So I think that we're hopefully going to be in good shape.
Great. So I guess last question. We got a couple minutes left. At the end of BEAD process, assuming everything goes well and assuming all your applications successful and get approved and all the building happens, are there still going to be some unserved? You mentioned a couple that will come off the map. I think you mentioned 20,000 to start. How big a scope of issue do you envision? Are there going to be any in Georgia? how much of an issue are we talking about? I'm thinking about future policymakers and what, this is intended to be the be-all, end-all, and I'm not sure if I hear you correctly, it's completely going to be the end-all.
Just to clarify, so the 20,000 was the difference between the bids. In Minnesota, based on our last maps that we do biannually, 189,000 homes or businesses do not have 100 by 20. And that's our state statutory language. The eligible locations with BEAD as of right now are 76,000 locations. So there's a larger gap based on definition and statutory language in Minnesota itself. So yes, there are continued gaps. As far as the legislature, again, we are very fortunate to be in the Ag, Rural Development, and Broadband committees. And those committees, one of theirs was the first one on the floor last year. And so broadband is not a partisan issue. It's everybody needs it to be successful. You can find reasons all up and down of why everybody needs it. And so being upfront with them, honest, and seeing also what's next. So we know that the Digital Equity Act dollars, Digital Opportunity in Minnesota, there's still a plan that Minnesota wants to implement. What does that look like? And so I think just continued conversations in Minnesota talking about those things is what's going to keep us moving.
So while we are getting to all of our BEAD eligible locations based on multiple versions of the fabric from the FCC's map, we are aware that there will be additional unserved locations in the state that we have not gotten to with any of our previous grants, that we are not getting to with BEAD because they're not BEAD eligible based on the structure of the program. We believe that to be essentially roughly about 20,000 or less locations statewide, or 20,000 locations statewide. However, obviously we're coming up with ideas and strategies of how we ultimately do get service to those locations. We're also really hoping that maybe some of those locations get passed by BEAD grants, and so maybe some of those will just get taken care of with so much build going on in all of our states. So, that is something we're looking at, but, also hope that kind of those locations get service kind of naturally as well.
So I think affordability will continue to be a concern for some of our residents. The other issue is the success of all of the other broadband funding programs that we have built our BEAD eligibility around. RDOF, the ARPA funds, the USDA programs, all of those need to go off without a hitch in order to close all these gaps.
Well, we have reached the end of our time. Can I get a large round of applause for our State Broadband Office representatives? Thank you so very much.
Yes. A huge thank you to Bree, Megan, Jessica, and Mike for an insightful discussion. It's clear that implementing BEAD is more than a policy exercise. It's about partnership, accountability, and ultimately delivering on the promise of universal connectivity. Our next session will begin at 2:50 p.m. right here. We look forward to welcoming each and every one of you back, so grab a snack, grab some caffeine. Those are two popular things here right now, and we'll see you shortly. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the Continuum stage, your host, journalist, producer, and TV personality, Dana Blair.
Well, yes, I like that. Let's go, Dana. That's audience participation right there. You know, actually, as I listen to the VO each time, I think I'm going to get this, and so it can announce me at Christmas, like coming to the living room, Dana Blair. Like, I feel my family needs that. You know, I think it'll make the holidays better. How's everyone doing? Good? Yeah, we got coffee, caffeine, your tea or beverage of choice. Okay, I don't want anybody to think I'm a coffee pusher. But all right, are you ready for some more? Yes? Yes? Good, good. Next up, we will turn to spectrum, one of the most pressing and complex issues facing policymakers and industry today. First, we'll hear from Robin Caldwell, Deputy Assistant to the President and Deputy Director of the National Economic Council, who will share the administration's spectrum priorities in a fireside chat with Dave Wright, who's Global Policy Director for Spectrum for the Future. Immediately following, Dave will lead a panel of industry spectrum stakeholders to explore the promise of new commercial models and the real-world applications of spectrum technology in enterprise, education, manufacturing, and cable environments. Please join me in welcoming Robin Caldwell and Dave Wright.
Great to be with you all, and we are excited to start this section on spectrum. Great news is that we have some great speakers. Not so great news is that I'm moderating both sessions. But it's great to have Robin joining us. Robin has a long and illustrious career in and outside of government. Has spent time on the Hill, has spent time at the FCC, spent time on the National Economic Council during the first Trump administration, and now is back as Deputy Director. So very glad to have you here. You're an obvious leader, administration leader on the economy and on spectrum policy, so thank you, Robin. Maybe you could just tell us a little bit about, I think you're in a unique position having served on the NEC for 2 non-consecutive terms. So maybe some of the differences in the NEC's goals and activities between the first Trump administration and now, and things have maybe changed a little bit in 5 years?
A little bit, here and there. Okay, everybody hear me? This is working, yeah, imagine that. First of all, thanks to all my friends at NCTA for having me here today. Really thrilled to be here, and so many friendly faces in the audience, very helpful when you kind of get up here. But thrilled to have served in the first administration, doing the technology and telecom portfolio, which, as many of you know, is a great passion of mine, and probably particularly spectrum. So it's really delightful to get an opportunity to get up here and talk about one of my favorite subjects, and probably not even enough time in the day to like get to everything on this. Anyway, so first administration, I had that technology and telecommunications portfolio, which a lot of us have worked together on throughout the years. And so I'm thrilled to be back and have a new role. Basically, I got an opportunity to expand my horizons a bit as the deputy director of the NEC. So kind of a broader portfolio looking at the economy as a whole, which has been really interesting as somebody that kind of comes from our technology policy world. I do think my background gave me a really great background in preparation for what I'm doing now. Because as we look across kind of the economy and the Trump administration, all of like kind of the innovation that we expect to see and the different efficiencies and kind of how can we get more and push more and have more growth across all these different sectors of the economy, really it's technology is like kind of the key thing that everybody's looking to kind of get that benefit. So coming from our world, I think has really prepared me well for a more general economic policy role.
Great.
The second thing I would say about it, which is like kind of funny, first time I was there for the second 2 years of the administration, and this time I went on day one. So the energy has been a whole lot different, as you can imagine. There's been a really, really, really fast pace for the first 8 months. And that's just something like, right, just by virtue of when I came in last time, I didn't get to experience. So it's been a lot of fun to kind of get involved in that startup energy and being able to try to set some of these policies right from the beginning, from the get-go.
Cool. Thank you. So we're doing spectrum, so I'm going to hone in on spectrum a little bit. And I was at the Spectrum Symposium, the NTI Symposium a few weeks ago, and Administrator Roth and Commissioner Trustee and others noted the need for a comprehensive approach to spectrum. So obviously, traditional full power licensed spectrum, but also unlicensed for Wi-Fi, shared licensed private networks, satellite, sort of an all of the above approach, to use Commissioner Trustee's language. And when I think back to the first Trump administration and Chairman Pai's leadership at the commission, we saw a really comprehensive approach. So C-band part 1 got done. I call it part 1 now because we're about to do up C-band. So C-band part 1, 6 gigahertz unlicensed, 3.5 gigahertz CBRS. Those are just the high notes. There are certainly other spectrum achievements under the first Trump administration as well. So as we think about the comprehensive needs of the country, obviously the recent legislation did a lot for traditional full power exclusive use licensed spectrum. Can you share a little bit about the administration's plans for unlicensed, shared license, satellite, et cetera?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Cliff is able potentially to put this Truth Social from the president on the board. The really cool thing that we have going for us this time is that right out of the box, realizing that not everyone has a Truth Social account. So you might not have been able to read the president's words 4 months ago. So look at this tweet, right? We want to maintain our status as the worldwide leader in Wi-Fi, and we want to never bet against American ingenuity. So you look at the rest of the tweet, yeah, I could see you guys being like, well, this is just all talking about license and it's talking about the auctions. You have to realize this was kind of in context of what was going on at the time, which is a reconciliation bill. So just by definition, that bill needed to be focused on license because that's the only place you can get revenue from. So it's really difficult to try to kind of set policy for unlicensed and things like this that can really be called out by the parliamentarian as just pure kind of policy setting and not something that's directly related to revenue. So the bill needed to be focused on the license side of things. That being said, I think we've got the words up here, right? And so we are looking for win, win, win. We are looking to expand the pie and create more spectrum access for everyone across all those different technologies. So I think we're in tremendous alignment. You've kind of pointed out to kind of some statements coming out of the FCC, coming out of NTIA, but really I think the big highlight is this coming like from the top. So it's a really cool thing to have top cover on, and we feel really empowered across the administration to kind of go forth and conquer and get some wins here.
Great, thank you. I'm going to focus in on innovation as an economic driver. And I was noting that OSTP, Office of Science and Technology Policy at the White House, in April, there was a statement that Michael Kratsios made in relation to the Endless Frontiers, I believe it was, conference that he was at. Yep. And he laid out three requirements of government in order for the U.S. to maintain, extend, continue our technology leadership globally. And one of the first tenets of that 3 pillars, or 3 legs of the table, was to adopt American technologies at home and promote them abroad. And then a second point was to construct what he called a pro-innovation regulatory regime. And related to that, I was noting just 2 weeks ago, the World Intellectual Property Organization, for those of you who don't follow intellectual property, they do a global innovation index where they rank all the countries in the world in terms of how innovative they are. And they just came out with their 2025 report 2 weeks ago. The good news was the U.S. is, again, in the top 3 most innovative countries in the world, so obviously great. One of the things that I also noted was China was ranked in the top 10 for the first time in this innovation index. So, obviously we're starting to see some competition from them on the innovation side. So, Robin, what do you think we can do, or what can you do, I should say, as the administration to help create this pro-innovation regulatory regime or environment?
Well, so a lot of thoughts on that. So we at NEC always work really, really closely on all these policies with OSTP. And I worked really closely with Michael Kratsios in the last administration. So thrilled to see him back as the director. Couldn't agree more with kind of everything that he's saying on innovation policy. We are all in the same mindset about driving that forward on a number of different fronts. From the NEC side, our focus is like a little bit more on kind of pure economic policy here, so there's a lot to be said about that if you're looking at the big picture and talking about the 3-legged stool that a lot of our principals have expounded on out on TV and in other appearances. You've got tax policy and trade policy and deregulation. So in the tax policy, I think it's just like always important to just kind of table set here that we had a tremendous win on that, just absolutely knocked it out of the park in a way that no one saw coming at the beginning of the year, right? So to be able to get all that locked in this early in the administration just creates kind of this baseline ability for companies to be able to expand and to grow. And that's across all the different sectors of the economy. But I think we will see a lot of benefits to that. Specifically in the technology and telecom sector, with the different kind of incentives that are created for American manufacturing, for American development, kind of AI data centers, that whole kind of field. So I think there's a lot that we're going to be able to see from that, and it was really important to us to get it locked in early. And then you're looking at deregulation, so that's just a longer track. That takes a while, you guys all understand. It's not easy to kind of shift the course of the really big battleship with regard to the agencies, and there are procedures that we all follow very religiously. But we're walking our way through all of that. So we're hoping to see the benefits of all of that start to be able to kick in. So that's really far up the chain. So that's kind of our focus at NEC. Regarding Spectrum specifically, what I would say is what I said before. We are looking to expand the pie here, right? You can say it's not a zero-sum game. Everyone understands that at some level, you get a little bit of that around the edges, but then at the same time, you kind of have all this ingenuity and this innovation going on that is allowing things, just kind of opening up possibilities. And so I look at it that way. I look at, we kind of want to create wins all across kind of all the different types of connectivity and just kind of create a lot more room for everybody to run. So that's what we're looking at. That's sort of innovation on the Spectrum front.
Great. Thank you. I think right around the corner, there's a sign up on one of the walls that says something about sharing is American-led innovation, and I was just trying to think of the pie analogy, and I'm trying to think, how, I'm not sure, sharing, you can have two people eating the same slice or something at the same time, but I think that analogy probably fails, but it's, the pie is there, and we've got to figure out how to make the best use of it.
Different ways to maybe share pieces of pie, and it's really cool to be here with all of these fantastic engineers that are figuring all that out in real time.
Yeah. Cool. I'm going to move on. So I was talking about OST's priorities. We talked about essentially promoting or using the technology here. I'm going to shift to
one more thing just to kind of add on. So OSTP has been leading the charge, and I think all of you have seen a ton of messaging throughout the administration about AI and the importance of AI and trying to develop AI and all these different aspects of AI and the tech stack, right? Really important role in the AI report that just came out. I just want to put in my plug, right? Because this is something that we at NEC have been strongly encouraging, and I know that OSTP is on board with us about. but connectivity is an essential part of that tech stack. So we just all need to make sure, like in all the meetings you're having and different like kind of forums in which you're advocating for the industry, to be making that point. We don't want kind of this conversation on AI to be completely focused on the energy requirements. There's a lot more that goes into being able to like set up these AI data centers successfully. And connectivity is a huge important piece. And of course, like the critical piece in providing access to what these things are going to do to consumers and to see that growth in the economy. So let's just make sure that that's what we're talking.
On AI, I can't help but think, going back to the pie thing and how do we make the most efficient use of the pie that we have, I think about the application of AI, machine learning, and technologies like this to spectrum management. And can we squeeze every last bit out of every last megahertz of spectrum that we have available? And it seems like, given the U.S. leadership in AI and machine learning and dynamic spectrum management, there's a synergy there that we ought to be leveraging.
And one really important application, for AI that we should be talking a lot more about.
Yeah. Great. So looping back to those OSTP priorities or guidelines for government, we talked about domestic, let's use our technologies domestically. On the international front, we talked about promoting American technologies abroad, or OSTP did. And they also noted, and some people have been sort of alluding to this, I'm not going to be so delicate. OSTP talked about China as a growing geopolitical rival, technology competitor, and especially when it comes to critical infrastructure, including telecom networks. That was all in the OSTP report. I look at what's happened since the US opened the 6 gigahertz band for unlicensed back in 2020. And China really has at every turn been trying to undercut us on that. And they have an alternative agenda to make that a high power, exclusive use, licensed band. I would say that's at least partly to fuel the proliferation of Huawei and ZTE equipment into other countries. So, just concerned about how do we make sure that when America leads, and we have led in so many ways, how do we make sure that we're taking the steps necessary to get our allies on board and aligned with us, and not suffering these attacks and sort of having our leadership subverted?
Yeah, absolutely. So OSTP kind of correctly points out this is a huge concern across the administration. But I think a lot of us know this has been a concern for a while, right? And a very bipartisan concern, kind of across the Hill and across different administrations, is just kind of counteracting China's really aggressive kind of actions in this space, not just with regard to spectrum, but kind of across the tech stack a lot more broadly. That being said, certainly, they are acting it was like kind of move and counter move that we saw with 6 gigahertz. And we have our eyes on that. And we think kind of the battlefield of where this is all going to play out is very much set up for the WRC in 2027. So it, from day one of the administration, is a huge, huge, huge priority to get everybody on the same page, right? And understanding that every single discussion on spectrum is like a lot of blood, sweat, and tears, right? So there's a lot that goes into it. It's very hard-fought battles, but this is a battle that we need to have out right now, because I think we see kind of the counter-argument or the counter case of what happens if you don't do that, which is what happened in the last administration. So, it was a shame to see, WRC 2023, our U.S. delegation to go in there and really not be able to take a very effective United States position on kind of the questions of great import within that agenda. So that is to be avoided, greatly to be avoided. It's something that we've been looking at and trying to plan for since day one. It's something we are extremely focused on. And just kind of setting up the dominoes correctly to get that alignment and get that consensus with the administration so that we're set to take advantage of all these opportunities. So the conference is in like the fall of 2027. But in my mind, like kind of the way that I'm framing that, so that the conference, the few months before the conference, kind of the red zone of like, it's on, right? And you kind of, if you get out to that point without having to be able to advocate for something, you've already sort of lost the opportunity. So I define the orange zone to go all the way back to like kind of the summer of 2026. You're in the orange zone, right? That's when there's going to be a major CTEL conference. We need to start kind of lining up the ducks kind of within the Western Hemisphere. So you got to really be working backwards from all that. And I think the really great thing is that Truth Social that you saw, right? And that's not the only one that we've seen from the president. He had 2 different ones about spectrum. We have had conversations with him about this. We're having conversations across the administration. It's really important to get aligned and have our ducks in a row and be able to effectively advocate for what we want here. And that is not what China wants, to put it mildly.
Right. For those of you who aren't familiar, ITU is basically structured in 3 global regions, region 1, 2, and 3. 1 is Europe and Africa, 2 is Western Hemisphere, 3 is Asia. So CTEL is the Western Hemisphere group, and as Robin said, they all have these pre-conferences before the WRC. So at the symposium 3-ish weeks ago, a speaker from a federal agency, I won't name names, said that we have plenty of time to figure out what we're going to do for WRC, and I'm so glad to hear you say, no, we don't.
I don't think we at the White House think that. So rest assured, our eyes are on this ball, and we absolutely will not have the same situation play out that played out last time. We're going to have this settled. We're going to have a real position on it. And the State Department is going to be fully empowered to be advocating. We're not going to miss all these opportunities, smaller conferences that lead up to CTEL. We already have all these mapped out, like on a timeline that we set up last week. And I'm like, all right, here's this, leading up to CTEL. So we want to have them empowered to be able to talk our book.
Great. That's very encouraging. And it's an away game, too, WRC 27.
To say the least.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's going to be in Shanghai, for those of you who don't know.
A bit of a disappointment.
Yes. Yes.
I think we can persevere, and a lot of that involves very advanced planning that is already in process.
Great. I won't even go into the mascot thing. We talked about that before. I think we need a mascot. We can borrow the FIFA one. Sorry.
WRC mascot.
Yes.
Yeah. I don't know what that looks like. The Reddit guy, maybe. I don't know.
We have the Eagle guy for the FIFA thing. Let's clutch. We need him. So just a quick follow-up on this sort of China competitive WRC. The OB3A, Big Beautiful Bill Act, has the world talking about U.S. spectrum policy, which I think is great because it's really showing, again, U.S. leadership. And, everybody's looking at the text of the bill. They're looking at the studies in 2.7, 4 gigahertz, 7 gigahertz. Unfortunately, what I'm hearing reports of is that some folks overseas are misrepresenting. Maybe if we're being charitable, they're misunderstanding what is in the legislation and saying that it means the U.S. is rethinking its position on 6 gigahertz unlicensed, as we sort of talked about a little bit previously with China's attempts to undercut us. How do we make sure people are clearly understanding what's in the legislation? I mean, I think it's pretty clear when I read it, it's in there, but apparently people are confused overseas, first of all. So that's one question. How do we make sure people aren't confused or misrepresenting it? And then could you just clarify the administration's position on 6 gigahertz and if we're committed to 6 gigahertz unlicensed in the full band?
Yeah, so misunderstanding might be a very charitable kind of read of what's happening here. So the bill says what it says, right? And puts up like a very aggressive kind of amount of spectrum that needs to be auctioned. What I would say about 6 is that a number of us who served in the last administration and who are here in this administration were very intimately involved in designating that ban. for unlicensed use. And not only 6, but 5.9 too.
Right.
So I could tell you some really great stories about interactions between Larry Kudlow and Elaine Chao, for example, which could be a lot of fun someday, maybe after retirement. Anyway, we were involved. We were on the ground. We fought tooth and nail to get that spectrum, right? And it was so that we could become the worldwide leader in Wi-Fi. It was so that we could have all these innovations that we're seeing now at this show. It's so that we got ability to like stream HD video over all these devices, right? And people come to the United States and can't believe how well this Wi-Fi works, right? So we fought to get it. And I don't understand why anybody would think we're trying to go back on that now. Like, it worked. We were right. And we were right to like do what we were doing. And so, yeah, you saw the president. We want to maintain our leadership here. We are not trying to cede the leadership or kind of go backwards on any of this. That being said, you guys see that the bill has an extremely aggressive requirement for auction of licensed spectrum. And I am really confident that kind of under the parameters that we have right now, we are able to kind of meet those requirements. That being said, right, our hands are tied. There's pretty significant bands that got set off and are protected from auction. And that's what the bill does. That's all it says. It doesn't say anything about 6. It says I can't auction like these things. So that's fine, and that ties our hands, and we understand that, and that position in and of itself was very hard negotiated, right, among parties. And that's where we are right now, but I'm really hoping our hands don't get tied any further, right? So that's the big message, and that's something I hope, again, for your help in kind of conveying to policymakers across the spectrum, in the Hill, right? Like, we've got what we got. It's a really aggressive like thing. We are hoping to be able to open up even more spectrum than what the bill says to kind of other technologies. But the more we get tied down in terms of like what we're allowed to look at or what we're allowed to kind of consider in terms of modifications, the harder that gets.
And you were talking about what an accomplishment it was to make 6 unlicensed in 2020.
Yeah.
I always try to remember.
Huge work by Chairman Pai.
Oh yeah, Commissioner
Huge
O'Reilly.
work by now Commissioner Carr. And I think he was here this morning kind of saying the same thing. He's like, why would I try to take back what I did, you know?
Yeah.
So, hopefully we can kind of put that to rest.
And it hit right during COVID when everybody's working from home and learning from home and everything else.
This industry came through, right, in a very real way. It worked. So we're not trying to fix what's, not broken.
At some point you said, U.S. leadership in Wi-Fi, and I was thinking about Administrator Roth's statement where she said, born in America, led by America, Wi-Fi is an area where the U.S. still dominates, and I really feel like we should have some Springsteen or Greenwood playing in the background I say that, but it's American, America, all the way through.
So. All the way through. And there's kind of active live proceedings going on in other countries right now where they're actively kind of considering what to do with that, and we would like to see them follow our lead. So it's part of what we're trying to work out. To be continued.
Thank you. I'm going to switch to competition. We've got a few minutes left. So looking at what spectrum and wireless innovation has enabled in terms of kind of consumer benefit, I think about really there's been a few different wireless services that have emerged over the last few years which have become competitive offerings. And obviously here at the SCTE NCTA show, we talk about now cable operators are a significant and the fastest growing segment of postpaid mobile service in the country. And that's using unlicensed spectrum, shared license spectrum, as well as traditional licensed spectrum via their MVNO relationships. So I was just wondering, from an NEC perspective, how important, and by the way, that consumer benefit is quantified at about like $5 billion in household savings cumulatively this year from more competitive mobile coverage or mobile service plans. So I was just wondering, what are your thoughts, Robin, on just the importance of competitiveness and sort of the importance of various wireless technologies and spectrum access methods to support that, create more competition and consumer benefit?
Yeah, absolutely. More competition is always a good thing, and kind of more services for consumers and lower prices for consumers and better stuff, better connectivity, a lot more bandwidth. So we're really excited to see all these different developments, kind of new business models coming out, different ways of businesses and industries working together that in the past have been considered like completely separate and just totally dichotomous stuff, right? In between like wireline and wireless and satellite, right? And even kind of in the structure at the FCC, those are like completely different bureaus that don't even talk to each other and like, you know, are assumed to have nothing to do with each other. So things are different now, right? We're seeing convergence in a lot of different like kind of settings in technology, but this is one that's kind of exciting to see, right? And different developments of these different types of connectivity be able to work together to provide even better experience for consumers and even better coverage, and all sorts of good things that we hope to be able to see. So we're very encouraging of the whole entire thing. I'm excited to see what happens next. And you know, going back to kind of the topic of the whole entire panel, spectrum is really kind of the precious resource underlying all this. So we want to make sure everybody's got enough. And then it's really cool to see people thinking of different ways to work together and make this work even better for consumers and kind of be able to close the digital divide, hopefully.
Right, great. Thank you so much. I have other things I would love to ask you, but we're out of time, and maybe we can follow up at some point on that. But thank you so much. This has been really good, and yeah, please join me. Thank you, Robin. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Hello. Hello. I'm just going to speak loudly. We're going to now transition to a industry and higher ed discussion on the evolutions in spectrum and wireless and the real world impacts of those. So I'm pleased to welcome some additional great speakers to the stage. So I have this in a certain order, but I'm just going to do it in the order I see you. So Mark Llewellyn, who's Spectrum Manager with Deere, John Deere, welcome Mark. Chris Szymanski, who leads the wireless efforts for Broadcom. Hey Chris, welcome, good to see you, sir. And Manisha Ghosh, who is a professor in the electrical engineering department at the University of Notre Dame, focusing on wireless technologies and research, and former CTO, of the FCC. So their full bios are in the program. We're going to kind of dive in so that we can make best use of the time. So I'm going to just start with unlicensed spectrum. And again, we had this comment from NCTA Administrator Roth that the U.S. is the leader in Wi-Fi, as I just mentioned on the other fireside chat. And that was largely due to the opening of the 6 gigahertz band, how the U.S. has led the world there. But as I think about, and it was great to hear Robin saying that, well, we have this recent legislation focusing on licensed spectrum, that the administration is looking at how to make the other wireless technologies whole in terms of their needs, if you will. So Chris, I think maybe I'll just start with you and ask, what has 6 gigahertz done since the FCC took that action in April of 2020?
Thanks, Dave. I would say Administrator Roth and Robin killed it. I mean, we really changed the overall discussion on what Wi-Fi is capable of. If you look about this convention, you'll see the vast majority of gadgets out there are 6 gigahertz Wi-Fi enabled, and we're bringing wired-like reliability. I think in the US, you're going to have over 300 million 6 gigahertz Wi-Fi devices shipped. Broadcom alone has shipped 500 million 6 gigahertz Wi-Fi chipsets, just one supplier. We're seeing rapid innovation and adoption in enterprises. I'm not aware of any Wi-Fi 7 access points that are going out in the US or in North America that don't have a 6 gigahertz radio, the capacity that you have. And then you contrast that with other countries that haven't followed the US's lead. You look at Europe, where you have, in Western Europe, sort of the same sort of purchasing power parity, but adoption's 2 to 3x less than what we see in the US. And so you're seeing all of this innovation, all of this capacity here. You're not seeing it there. So now we have, 5 generations of Android-based smartphones, 3 generations of iPhones. Microsoft has deployed 5 generations. So it's pretty hard to find a user device that isn't 6 gigahertz equipped. So we're moving in the right direction. It was interesting to me at the NTIA summit, you're hearing, some people say, well, we should go backwards. So here we're winning this race, and I don't know, we're winning this race. Why would we go backwards when we're enabling so much in the way of capability and capacity? I've never seen adoption like this. I think the CTIA has said that when a band is identified and auctioned, it typically takes 10 years to bring it to fruition. We brought the 6 gigahertz band to fruition. It is the Wi-Fi band where innovation is happening. It's the future, and that happened in 5 years. So it's really, changed the state of Wi-Fi.
Cool. And it had been, 2 decades or so since there had been a significant unlicensed allocation prior to 6. So it was time, for sure. So thank you, Chris. Mark, I'm gonna turn to another area where the U.S. is led, and that's in dynamic spectrum management. And I'm thinking about the 3.5 gigahertz CBRS band, where we've taken this 150 megahertz of prime midband. We've said, okay, it's federally held, but we're not going to clear the military. We're going to figure out ways to work around them. So you're going to introduce this spectrum access system and these sensors and cloud coordination and everything else. And CBRS has given rise to all sorts of interesting services. So, mobile services, you got traditional mobile operators, you've got, again, new entrants offering mobile services in CBRS. You've got fixed wireless, so the WISPs are doing a lot with CBRS in rural parts, connecting the unconnected. And then private wireless, which I'm going to be coming to you in a second. So private wireless is a huge use case and one of the areas where America is leading based on the CBRS band. And then finally, kind of neutral host services, which I think DEER is also doing some work in. So I just want to ask you, can you help the audience understand what is DEER doing with CBRS and P5G?
So thanks, Chris. Thanks, Dave. So in 2020, we bought 5 PALs at auction, and we're using that to support our manufacturing facilities, both in the US and around the world. So I joke with people that it helps clean up the floors and ceilings, but it's really true. In the ceilings, it helps get rid of the drop routers that we used to have around millions of square feet of manufacturing facility. And although Wi-Fi is a great technology, it is not the best for that type of deployment. The private 5G LTE is much, much better. Cellular is not going to work in this environment. Why? Well, most of our manufacturing facilities are, out in rural areas, so there's probably not going to be a cell tower. If there is one, it's not going to penetrate our big metal buildings. So cellular is not the answer to providing connectivity on my factory floor. Private 5G LTE is. It's much better for that use case. We love it. We're big users. We want to use it more. We want to expand.
Great. And you were noting that the macro tower outdoors is not suitable for your uses indoors. I'm also thinking about, I know some of the other drivers around private networks can be data security and privacy. Was that a concern for you all as you thought about deploying your own network instead of using an
Right,
mobile
so it's got a lot of features that you don't get with Wi-Fi, for example. So with Wi-Fi, there's no roaming. There's no priority and preemptive access. There's no, like I said, security. So just being able to control the access to that network and being able to know who's on it and who's not is just a lot better from an enterprise point of view. We also have data that travels on that private network that will never, ever touch a public network because it's too proprietary. So being able to use that network ourselves, being able to design it, being able to put coverage where we want it, both indoors as well as outdoors around our facilities, is fantastic.
Great, thank you. So again, I would contend that the U.S. is leading in dynamic spectrum management. We've done that with CBRS, the SAS, the ESC networks. We've also done it in 6 gigahertz unlicensed. For those of you who aren't familiar, that one of the modes, if you will, of access in 6 gigahertz is standard power. Standard power also uses a cloud database coordination system called the AFC, or Automated Frequency Coordination. So Manisha, I was going to ask you, as we think about what we've seen in CBRS, what we've seen 6 gigahertz AFC, what are some of the lessons we've learned about this dynamic spectrum stuff, and how do we apply it going forward? Can we indeed make better use of the pie or satisfy more appetites from this pie using dynamic spectrum sharing technologies? What do you think? And the role of AI, ML, whatever you'd like to talk about there.
Sure, thanks. I think it bears emphasizing once again that both of these examples you just heard about, 6 gigahertz and CBRS, are shared bands. Yes, 6 gigahertz is unlicensed shared band, CBRS is licensed by rule, but they're shared bands. And there is a huge advantage that comes with sharing in the sense that you don't have to clear out any of the incumbents, you don't have to pay and wait for them to vacate the space. You could just layer on another use case on that same band. So I'd like to think about it as, in New York City, where real estate is very expensive, we don't build single-family homes. We go upwards. We layer on floors as we need more space for people. It's the same thing with spectrum. If we are intelligent about it, we can have Navy radars operate in the same band as CBRS. We can have fixed links operate in the same band as unlicensed without the troubles of moving everything out. The lessons that we've learned, I think, is that this just works. Can they be done better? Yes. So let me point out one area where actually CBRS has improved over the years. One of the key things when you're doing database sharing is a good propagation model, because that is what determines how much interference you're going to create to the incumbent, right? Now, when we start off in a new band, we don't have all the measurements that we need. We kind of make assumptions based on past similar bands, based on studies, based on limited measurements, and oftentimes it can be a bit conservative. And that's actually what happened in CBRS. The initial propagation models were over-conservative, and one way of looking at it is that no incumbent, which is a Navy radar, has ever complained of interference. So what happened over the last year is that as more measurements were made, you could improve the propagation model, and it was really easy because none of the devices had to change. All you had to change was the model you used in your cloud platform, and then suddenly more devices got access to the band than they did before. So there is a lot to be learned about how to do these data-based sharing methodologies. The criticism for CBRS has been that it's not dynamic enough, which is true. It takes a while for a channel to be allocated. It's very dynamic when it comes to vacating the spectrum if there is an incumbent, so that's never been a problem. And so there are bodies like the Wireless Innovation Forum, the WIN Forum, that develop the standards for CBRS, as well as the AFC for 6 gigahertz, that is continuing to work on refining these ways that we do spectrum sharing. We are looking at highly dynamic spectrum sharing, which is, can you really use spectrum at a very, very granular level that you can sense better? On the other extreme, you take a building like this. This is like a Faraday cage. There's very little coming in. There's very little leaking out. So can we not use some of the natural containment capabilities that buildings provide to get more access to things like warehouses where you need spectrum? So I think if you look at the amount of spectrum that we have in unlicensed as well as licensed, and you compare that with the amount we have in the shared spectrum, it's really lagging behind. We just have 150 megahertz of CBRS type shared spectrum. And talking of American innovation, we talk a lot about 6 gigahertz. I think CBRS is a true American innovation. And many, many countries have actually, even though they didn't have Navy radars, they glommed on to the concept that you can have a band where you're not transmitting at very high power, but because you're transmitting at low or medium power, you can share that band better. And this has been the rationale for, say, Ofcom using 3.8 to 4.2 gigahertz on a shared basis to do exactly the kind of applications that are being done in CBRS in the US. That's another great example of US innovation.
Thank you. Yeah, and it's starting to be, the U.S. led, other countries are following. The good news is if you look at reports from the Global Mobile Suppliers Association, which is Ericsson, Nokia, and all the handset manufacturers, all the people who supply cellular equipment, they say the U.S. is far and away in the lead on private networks, and it's due to CBRS. Other countries are following the lead, but we're still way out in front because anybody can deploy a CBRS network. The barriers to entry are pretty much non-existent. Real quick, you talked about, CBRS is a U.S. success. Couldn't agree more. Unfortunately, it will only ever be a U.S.-specific solution just because it's sort of tailored to that frequency range in the U.S. One of the things I'm excited about with the 6 gigahertz AFC is the fact that it's not U.S.-specific. So I don't know, Chris, do you want to tell us about what's happening there? Because I think it could take dynamic spectrum sharing global.
Yeah, sure, Dave. So about 4 years ago, Broadcom partnered with Meta and Cisco to create the Open AFC software project under the Telecom Infrastructure Project. And then recently, we created a group that incorporated Cable Labs and the Wi-Fi Alliance. And we're acting as trustees for this code. And basically what we've done is we've created an open and scalable platform that can be modified country by country. So I've given this code to the UK government. We've given it to the Brazilian government. It scales. So it's basically containerized. You don't have to be a software maven to develop all kinds of new code. And it can be easily modified for each and every country's parameters. That makes it easy. At least from a Broadcom perspective, we don't care who's enabling the AFC. We just want the equipment that we've built to operate and perform the way we've built it to perform, and we need global scale. So we see countries around the world moving. South Korea's thinking about this, Japan's thinking about this, Saudi Arabia has opened up a rulemaking. And so it's taken a little bit of time for the world to catch on to AFC because it's complex. It's far more complex than traditional Wi-Fi, but in the US, the market has absorbed it. So I'm looking in stadiums, Manisha has been testing Notre Dame. I checked out the Honda Center, and it's flawless. Flawless, very easy to roam off and on. As a user, you have no idea the complexity that's happening in the back end. It scales, and if someone complains about an interference event, it can go away like this. So eventually, we can be a little bit more aggressive in the policy and enable a little bit more robust use and enable all kinds of new use cases.
Great. I think it's amazing how we're enabling, higher power Wi-Fi, still lower power than cellular, but higher power Wi-Fi while protecting the incumbent fixed links using this database coordination. I mean, that's, and again, now that's trickling out around the world. So I think over time it's going to become the global default. And all of the standards around this, the protocol interfaces, they were developed here in the U.S., mostly by U.S. engineers. So again, American innovation, American leadership. Mark, you talked about Deere's use of CBRS for private 5G, manufacturing, what you're doing on, again, in your assembly areas and whatnot. You shared with me that you also use some of the spectrum for neutral host services. Can you explain what that means in a Deere context?
Great question. So at Deere, we made a decision that even though we've got these metal buildings, right, we want you to be able to connect with your own personal cell phone while you're at work. Not just your Deere phone, but your own personal phone. So the CBRS band is 150 megahertz. We've dedicated 60 of that to the 3 carriers, so that T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T all have 20 megahertz each indoors at our facilities that you can connect. The neutral host then takes that and translates it into their public spectrum and connects it to their public network. So all of your phones can work inside of our metal buildings. And I believe that we're the first industrial company to do that and be able to talk about it.
Thank you. No, that's great.
Can I add to that?
Please.
Yeah. So we have done actually a lot of measurements on neutral hosts, and we've quantified the improvement. We've quantified how much throughput improvements you get when you're trying to connect to a CBSD inside a building rather than to a macro network outside. The throughput improvements sometimes can be 10x. Your mobile now conserves a lot more power because you're not trying to transmit a high enough power to overcome the 20 dB loss that you have to go through when you're trying to reach a macro outside the building versus reaching a CBSD inside the building. So I think there are real use cases, and the question I get asked a lot is it going to replace Wi-Fi? I say no. They're completely different complementary networks that are doing different things. There are many things that the quality of service that a 3GPP system allows you to do is needed, and there are other times when Wi-Fi is just fine. So having the ability to implement either a cellular network or a Wi-Fi network on your premises under your own control is a huge boon to enterprises. It's really amazing what you can do.
Great.
Dave, I'll just add on to that a little bit. CBRS and Wi-Fi share one really key factor. The base station is close to the user. So Robin was talking about earlier, what is it going to take to bring about AI to the masses? You're not going to do that with macro cellular base stations. Do a speed test in here, do a speed test at your home, do a speed test anywhere. The uplink is going to have a much higher latency and jitter in a macro wireless network than you'll have with a local area network. So if we're talking about next generation services, you're going to need the sort of densification that these two types of deployments are going to provide.
You're front running me now, but that's okay. Chris is leading me into my next question, but before I go there, I'm just going to make the observation that as we talk about this neutral host capability of CBRS, it's also important to keep in mind it's not mutually exclusive. You don't have to deploy a network. Deere didn't deploy a network and say it's a neutral host network or it's a private 5G network. It's both, right? They're using some of the capacity for their internal communications needs in a private context, and then they're using it to connect the subscribers of the big 3 mobile operators in a neutral host, and they've got it all in one solution. It's really cool. So going where Chris was leading us, as we talk about unlicensed Wi-Fi and CBRS, they're both lower power wireless technologies. So CBRS operates at 1 watts indoors, up to 50 watts outdoors. Wi-Fi can operate at various power levels, but it kind of taps out at about 4 watts, let's call it, in most cases, and that's sort of outdoors, typically for factory coverage. A lot of it's at 1 watt or less. So I want to explore the densification point that you just kind of alluded to, Chris, in the context of lower power, because there are people advocating for CBRS higher power for one thing, and one of the contentions I would make is that's going to make much less efficient use of the spectrum because we won't be able to deploy nearly as densely as we have. So I don't know who wants to jump in on that, but the relationship between power levels and densification, and yeah, Manisha?
Yeah, that's absolutely true. I mean, sharing, densification, all of these work much better with lower power. It's like if you think about this room, there are many, many, many conversations happening here. And they're all being supported because everybody is talking at reasonable levels, right? If somebody were to go with a megaphone and stand over there, all these other conversations would disappear. So it's the same thing with shared spectrum as well. If everybody, sharing just works better when you have low and or medium power, or you use just the amount of power you need to close the link that you have to. You don't want to be in a situation where you're transmitting more power than you need to overcome things like building losses, right? That is just wasteful. It is not green. There's a lot of emphasis now on sustainable communications. So small cells, lower power, it actually gives you benefits on all counts. You get better coverage, you get better capacity, you get lower average power consumption.
Indoor intensification, Chris?
Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly with Dr. Ghosh, what was said there. At the end of the day, if you look at the densification requirements, and people compare us to China all the time, China, race to China, race. Well, their deployment model has probably about 10x more base stations per square kilometer than what you'd have, say, in Los Angeles or Chicago. So unless something is going to change vastly with the deployment of our telecommunications infrastructure, we've got to look at sort of how we're going to provide capability. And I really liked how the first Trump administration and then Chairman Pai looked at this. He looked at 5G fast, and he included Wi-Fi, included CBRS, he included cellular, because it's an all-of-the-above approach in order to provide connectivity where you want it, in the room, in the warehouse, outdoors. So I think that sort of approach is necessary, and then we'll have the densification we need, Dave.
Great. So you mentioned China's public cellular network density versus the U.S., and I brought this up at the symposium a few weeks ago myself, so I have some of those numbers fresh in my head, and yeah, there's 4.4 million in China Mobile, so just one of the big three in China has 4.4 million cell sites. The US big three have approximately 250,000 traditional cell sites, and then estimated about 138,000 small cells, so 388 or 382, something like that. So it's actually 11x in China. And I know, Monisha, you've looked at some of the other countries, and we see this similar density disparity. And so I think about, people want to throw spectrum at this. Spectrum is always the answer. It's like, no, densify your network. That's a better answer. It doesn't require new spectrum.
Yeah, I think the numbers I've recently found is there's something called the 5G Observatory that the European Commission has. Anybody can go, you Google it, you'll find it. The numbers that jumped out at me on that was they had a number for 5G base stations per 100,000 people. South Korea has 670 base stations per 100,000. These are just 5G base stations. The US has 42, and China has 301, right? South Korea has less mid-band spectrum than the US. So clearly, and they have pretty much 100% 5G rural coverage. So if you want to connect all the dots together, if you really want 100% 5G coverage even in rural areas, it's not more spectrum that's going to give you that. It is a combination of spectrum, but more importantly, deployments. The beauty about CBRS and the neutral host model is it's not only shared spectrum, it's shared infrastructure too. So it is one network inside a building like this, which is being shared by 3 or more operators. The spectrum is being shared by 3 or more operators. And it is not sustainable to keep going forward with the model where you have, everybody puts out their own deployment to cover a nation, and everybody has their own spectrum, which is not being used maybe in many places. So the CBRS is fluid. It's a use it or lose it thing. So even if somebody has a PAL license in an area and they haven't deployed, that band is not sitting idle. Somebody can use it with the GAA license until the PAL licensee deploys. So this ability to be able to optimally use the spectrum is, I think, really, really important, especially because the SPI is not growing bigger. So we have to figure out how to use it better.
That's a great point. And not only is it the efficient sharing between those three operators, but again, you can use it for private uses as well. So there you go. And Wi-Fi really does the same thing, I would contend. I mean, you know, if you're on the Wi-Fi network here, you're probably, if you placed a voice call, it would go over the Wi-Fi network using Wi-Fi calling, right? So we all use Wi-Fi calling now. That's a public service, and you're also using it for your internal, you know, office connectivity as well. So it's the same metaphor, and yeah. Okay, where was I going to go next? We have a little bit of time left. So, Mark, Deere recently helped launch a new industry organization called the 5G OT Alliance. Can you tell us a little bit about what the OT Alliance is and what it's about?
Sure. Yeah, so two things. So one, we recently joined the OnGo Alliance, and one of my colleagues has recently voted on the board of directors to that. But in parallel, Deere, along with some other industry groups, have formed what you just mentioned, the 5G OT Alliance. This is specifically around the private 5G use case. So other people in the alliance are like Georgia Pacific, Cargill, Nutrien, Miami-Dade Airport, BASF, and a few other folks. So we're having our first face-to-face meeting in Miami in December, which I think will be a good thing. And we'll get a behind-the-scenes tour of the Miami-Dade Airport, which are big CBRS GAA users.
Yeah, Miami-Dade's been very active in the FCC proceeding about CBRS, talking about how they're using it on the ramps for aircraft inspections and logistics, as well as perimeter security around the runways and all sorts of interesting things. That sounds like it'll be a fun tour. Yep. Chris, I'm going to loop back to you. We've got about 2 minutes left here. So the U.S. opened 1,200 megahertz of unlicensed in 2020, and you told us about all the cool things that has enabled. So are you all set for spectrum needs?
Dave, I'm really glad you asked that question. No, we're not. We're actually at an inflection point right now. We're seeing massive adoption of 6 gigahertz, and we're seeing these channels fill up in all these stadiums, enterprises, et cetera. In Wi-Fi 7, we went to 320 megahertz channels. Wi-Fi 8 is right around the corner. Channel size remained the same. The large reason that the channel size remained the same is because there was insufficient spectrum to go larger. Broadcom would like to see 640 megahertz channels available for Wi-Fi 9. So if you stop right around the corner here, you'll see Charter has a demo that Broadcom's enabled, and we can get you almost 9, 10 gigabits per second to the palm of your hands. We could have a whole home mesh network delivering 10 gigabit broadband. The innovation here is going to be great for the AI era. We're talking about incredibly low latency, uplink traffic, highly reliable networks. And so this is one of those rare, it's like wonderful Vegas odds. 125 nets you 640. All we need is a little bit of spectrum to enable this brand new use case, and we're already innovating. We're already able to show this. And so typically you need 4 channels to make a market. This would net us another 320 megahertz channel. And all of those devices that are out there could be software upgraded if the manufacturer chose to do so. So this is something that's relatively trivial from an engineering standpoint. At least our radios, Broadcom's radios, could be upgraded. And we could put all of that capacity in the hands of American businesses. So would really love to see that happen.
Sweet. I mentioned, we're going to do one last question, and I'll probably pose this to Mark and Manisha. So I mentioned that there are people advocating for higher power in CBRS, which I think would fundamentally change the nature of the band. And Mark, I'm just going to say, if CBRS as we know it, at the low power levels, if it goes up to macrocellular power levels and PEA type coverage areas, what does that do to your solution?
It would be devastating. I mean, this private 5G for us has become almost, I can't think of the right word, indisposable in terms of an enterprise use case. We don't want to go back to cables on the floor, and we don't want to go back to drop Wi-Fi routers in the ceiling. We like Wi-Fi. We like Wi-Fi in the carpeted areas, but not for the manufacturing facilities.
Manisha, what are your thoughts?
Same thing. So South Bend, where Notre Dame is, the school district deployed a CBRS network to service underserved school children. Not because they didn't have other options, but because they were too expensive. We've studied that network intensively, and there's already, Verizon has deployed CBRS in that area. So there's a lot of co-channel use, co-channel interference we are already seeing at the current power levels. It's manageable at the power levels that we have now. If there were providers who came in with higher power levels, the co-channel interference that you would start seeing in these very dense areas would really wipe out the smaller players. The larger players would survive, but the school districts would not be able to survive with their low power network in the face of higher power.
And there goes all the innovation that we've been talking about. So, okay. Well, we need to wrap there. I don't give time back, so we've used all of ours. But I just want to thank the three of you. This has been a great discussion. And yeah, please join me in thanking our panelists.
It's a long day, but I'm on my 4th cup of coffee, and I wouldn't want to be anywhere else than here with each and every one of you. So thank you so very much. We're going to keep things going in just a moment, so don't go too far. Give us about 2 minutes, and we'll be right back with more right here from the Continuum stage. Thank you. tell you a tale. So just a quick minute. Thank you so much for coming back and for staying with us throughout the entire day. We have even more conversations that are coming up that are going to be extremely compelling and insightful. So thank you so much. Our next session takes us from the regulatory and technical to the legislative, the view from Capitol Hill. Senior staffers will share how Congress is shaping broadband deployment, spectrum access, and media policy in 2025, and what it all means for the future of this industry. To moderate this panel, we have Paul Kane of the Washington Post. We also have joining us Duncan Rankin, Julia Laganci, Parul Desai, and Sierra Fuller. Please give them a warm welcome to discuss A View from the Hilltop.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are in the perfectly world-functioning Congress in Washington, D.C. Everything's going smooth on Capitol Hill. Well, listen, one of the things I want to start off with and get people focused on is, imagine if there's one thing, look, Washington is its own beast, and sometimes it's very productive, and then sometimes there's long stretches where not a lot of stuff happens. But for each of you, working this way downward, starting with Julia, if there's one thing you could see get done this year, this Congress, what would that thing be? There's legislation, oversight, something like that?
Thanks. Thanks for the question. So, for those of you who don't know me, I'm Julia Laganci, the Chief Counsel for the Commerce, Manufacturing, and Trade Subcommittee on Energy and Commerce. So I'm new to this role, this Congress. So one thing I would like to see get done, I'm a new mom, and so I really think we need to take some steps to protect our kids online. I think we kind of need to change how we're thinking about it. I think there's a lot of things we can do, so I'd love to see something get done to take that step.
Hi everyone, I'm Parul Desai, and I'm the Chief Counsel for the Communication Technology Subcommittee for the Democrats. We don't set the agenda, but what I would like to see, and my counterpart who is no longer with us, she's out in the audience, but she promised we would do oversight of FCC and NTIA, and that is what I would love to see.
I'm Sierra. I work for Senator Jackie Rosen. I handle her commerce issues. Also apologize for my voice. Went to a concert this weekend. Knew too many of the songs, so we'll be using the mic. I think one thing that I wish and I hope that we'll be able to get some sort of legislative action on is broadband affordability. I think we've seen a ton of conversations about deployment and funding, but that last gap is on affordability.
All 12 appropriations bills in a regular fashion.
All right, now you're dreaming. All right, well, let's just jump into the issue that has been ringing throughout here, and it's spectrum policy coming out of the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. Some people want to call it the Working Families Tax Cut Bill. There's a lot of different names for it, but it provides, it directs FCC and NTIA to identify certain spectrum bands. How should the government think about balancing different needs? Licensed, unlicensed, shared. Let's start and work back this way. Put you on the hot seat because you gave the real dream answer on appropriation.
The most generic answer I could. Look, it's a good question. I think rather than try and micromanage, this kind of balance, this kind of split, I think the most productive way to think about spectrum policy is one that enables the greatest flexibility. And that will naturally lead to the highest and best uses of the spectrum that's in question. And to sort of put a point on this, we fought very vigorously, the chairman did, to not have any carve-outs in reconciliation. And that's not just because that's where we are philosophically, but it's the most efficient way to do spectrum policy management. If NTIA, which is the federal spectrum management entity is empowered to move and repack people in the most efficient way without being, handcuffed by certain defense industrial interests, it leads to the most efficient outcome, and you can reallocate people in places where, 20 years ago when they got the allocation, they didn't have the most efficient use of the spectrum, and so now you can put them into some smaller slice where they can do better. And so really, it's not a direct answer to your question, but the best way to go about balancing the interests is to provide the greatest amount of flexibility to the entities that are doing the assignments and reassignments and management.
Yeah, I think something that we saw in the conversations on Spectrum was looking at where incumbents are and also our national security apparatus, right? I think my boss sits on the SASC, the Senate Armed Services Committee, and so having conversations with a lot of those groups, they were really concerned about getting pushed out of certain bands that they use for really important technology. Also, when you look at what the warfighter is going to be using in future years, they're going to need to be able to move to different bands within Spectrum. And so if they're, fighting in certain arenas and other folks that they're fighting against are using new technology that they can't even test in the US, right? Because they get kicked off certain bands, that's a huge problem, right? And so being able to build trust, right? Having NTIA, FCC work with our agencies as well as, incumbent stakeholders ensuring those sorts of things. And part of that is, licensed, unlicensed. A lot of conversations have been on shared dynamic spectrum sharing, new technologies to do that. So really excited to see how the NTIA builds on the work that was done in the last administration.
Ranking Member Polona has always believed in an all of the above approach. Having a spectrum pipeline is important for economic security, for innovation, for competitiveness, for our national security. And so our hope is that there isn't any prejudgment on what the next pipeline looks like. I think we've always believed that there should be approaches for both licensed, unlicensed, and shared use, and that the all of the above approach is probably the best approach, and that we should have a spectrum policy that's flexible and not predeterminative.
I think the panel covered most of it. Just we look forward to seeing what the FCC and NTA is going to do. Look forward.
Okay. Well, Julia, Republicans on the C&T subcommittee sent a letter to the FCC asking to protect spectrum brands that are already commercially utilized. And power rule during the markup of the reconciliation bill, Democrats gave statements in support of similar protections. Is there bipartisan support for the FCC not to mess with these brands?
I can kick it off. I think typically spectrum is one of the areas we can be bipartisan. Chairman Hudson did send a letter reiterating what the House voted on in H.R. 1. We protected the 6 gigahertz band. Ultimately, that did not become law. But I think House Republicans took that vote, and they're committed to keeping that position.
I would agree with much of what Julia said. I think it's important to keep all options open. This is an area that we have worked on a bipartisan basis. I don't know if legislation is necessary just yet, but I think we are tracking to see what the FCC does moving forward to ensure that there is a more flexible approach to spectrum policy.
Okay. As staffers, you understand how important Wi-Fi is. Wi-Fi is probably one of the first things that people asked about when they walked into this big cavernous hall, What does Congress need to do to ensure the next generation of Wi-Fi can be deployed? And is there a pipeline for more unlicensed?
I think from the previous answer, right, looking at licensed, unlicensed, I think the emphasis was on flexibility, right, and not necessarily dictating one type of technology over another. Part of that is Wi-Fi, but also we need to think about our spectrum decisions are not just being made in the US, right? We are a global leader on Wi-Fi and also need to continue to be, right? Europe can't use 6 gigahertz on a lot of their phones, which means they end up not having the same level of connectivity in a lot of ways. When you have that density in those cities, you don't have the same speeds, you don't have the same connectivity, you can't do as much, right? Where are they going to be on AI if they're not opening up 6 gigahertz, right? So I don't know about future for the US on, whether or not we need more unlicensed bands, but I know that we need to continue to lead on Wi-Fi, right? If we're going to continue to lead on AI, right, in future technology, you need enough connectivity, right? And spectrum is how we do that.
Yeah, I'm shocked to hear that Europe is behind the ball technologically. Look, I'll flip this on its head a little bit. One of the concerns we have heard for years is when it comes to spectrum, don't pick individual bands and go auction off this band or that band, or between right here you got to do this exact thing. It was give us some flexibility to sort of find a solution that matters. The thing is when you start blocking off large swaths of the spectrum and saying, yes, go look at what works, but not here, and also not here, and also not there, pretty soon you end up with a regime that is dictatorial by its nature, just by the exclusions. So I actually think, to flip this on its head a little bit, you have to leave the options on the table, and it can't just be, well, we've got beyond the over-the-horizon radars or whatever from the 1 to the 7, and everybody else can just sort of get bent. That's not productive, it's not helpful, but that frankly is a lot of what we heard from the national security apparatus was we need large, massive carve-outs, and if you don't like it, you're un-American. I mean, I don't know if anybody else's boss had ads run about them, shilling for the Germans, but mine certainly did. If you were in the DC metro area, you would have heard or seen some very loud advertisements about Golden Dome and how we were pro-open borders because we didn't, want to adopt the party line from the deep state that everything's off limits. So if you want to have a robust sort of ecosystem to develop technologies into the future, things have to be on the table. You can't just scream national security and walk away.
Okay, Sierra, your boss also was in a very tough Senate race last cycle. Any quick thoughts you want to add if we're going to just mention 2024 and how it impacted her race?
I don't think spectrum was our number one voters' concern in Nevada. Don't think that's what it was, but we definitely had conversations, especially last year when we had multiple markups in the Senate Commerce Committee on spectrum. And I think the loud and clear was there was a lack of trust between stakeholders, right? There were a lot of bridges that got burnt. And I think a lot of folks need to look forward. I think DoD was able to get closer to the table and sit at the same table as a lot of groups. But I think forward looking, right? I think they moved a lot from where they were a few years ago. Just talking about this huge band, we use it for secret stuff, you're not cleared, too bad, right? And I think there's been a lot of built trust, right? There's a lot of working groups where you can actually go into the SCIF and you can talk and you can do deployments, you can do test beds so that DoD can see, okay, we're not gonna have that level of interference with what we're using, and here are the specific bands and here is exactly where they use them and when we need to use them. So I think building that trust is kind of where we all need to be focusing our energy, right? So you don't have, right, like we don't have any greenfield spectrum. You have to build that trust so that we have a dynamic and smart spectrum policy.
The next question is oversight related, and we're going to start with Parul because House Democrats, elections are still 13 months away, but there's a real chance that this could flip, and you would be in an oversight role of a Republican administration. Well, both sides will get this, don't worry. But, spectrum touches, we've already been talking about defense and military, aviation, weather, science. What role can congressional oversight, can your committees play across committees, whether it's SASC, you were mentioning Jackie Rosen's on SASC, to ensure that spectrum policy gets advances without getting undermining important other federal missions, whether that's DoD to NOAA and so on?
I mean, on the oversight front, for our committee, we have oversight over the FCC and NTIA. So, that's where we would have to look to see what the FCC is doing, where they're going with their spectrum policy, what NTIA is doing with their studies. So we can't have oversight over the armed services committees. But we do talk to our counterparts at HASC, and we have these conversations as to what's important to them, what bans are important to them, and so there's always side conversations happening with our HASC counterparts, but when it comes to actual oversight, I think we'd want to have oversight over the FCC and NTIA to see how the studies are going and how the FCC will end up, what policies they will propose when it comes to the bans that we'll see going forward.
And just to add on that, I think a big part of what we do is education. So we have very good working relationships with our other committees. I think a while ago, everyone probably remembers there were fights. A lot of people tried to get in our sandbox. A lot of different committees, from HASC, TNI. There was a lot of different issues out there. So I think as much as not everyone can be a spectrum nerd, so I think a lot of times people don't understand when they're actually stepping in our sandbox. So that's something that as committee staff, we really try to work well with other committees and, express why certain things can't work. And I think being lockstep with the administration, working with NTIA, making sure everyone's on the same page, making sure the administration is all marching towards the same goal is very important.
Is it easier in the Senate in that, because in the House, Energy and Commerce, is a elite committee, and you basically get, if you're on E&C, you don't get anything else. But in the Senate, there's only 100 of them, so senators get multiple big committees. Is it easier doing that cross-committee stuff?
I think what's easier is you have the parliamentarian refer bills to one committee as opposed to all the committees that a bill might touch on. So if you write a bill a certain way, it goes through Commerce, only Commerce. You don't have to deal with, anyone else.
Yeah, to your point, E&C is an elite committee. Every senator is elite. And so in that, it's a double-edged sword, right? It's both more helpful, and there's potentially more divides to bridge. On the committee front, right, the single jurisdiction is very helpful, right? We're not dealing with sequential or secondary referrals, which is very nice. But when you're negotiating a big bill like NDAA, for instance, then you're dealing with a more informal but formalized clearance process. And I think, to the earlier point from Sierra, you really have to trust your colleagues to flag things for you that we don't see the NDAA until it's out of markup, until the rest of the world sees it. And so imagine our surprise when here's this big section that undermines, in our view, the deal that was cut in reconciliation. That's not particularly helpful for building trust, and frankly is rather corrosive to the process. So it's easier in some respects because you're, one issue, and you're not having to sort of split the baby with other committees, but it can be more difficult because committees can act more unilaterally.
My joke about the Senate in terms of elite is 1/3 look in the mirror and see a future president. 1/3 have already looked in the mirror, tried to run for president and failed, and the other third are just in tough states, either because they have primaries to worry about or general elections to worry about and can't think about it.
It's the old joke, right? What's the job of every congressman to become a senator, every senator to become president? Yeah.
Boom. Do you want to make news about your boss, Senator Cruz?
Oh, nothing to share, but listen to Verdict. Maybe there'll be something on there.
It's not a Cruz event unless somebody makes a plug about his podcast. Okay, shifting on to BEAD, a $42 billion program to spread broadband. And NTIA has a huge role in that. It's June 2025 policy notice. How do you see congressional oversight ensuring that the program continues to get this attention it requires? What else can Congress do to help remove barriers to network construction?
I can start with that. I think, BEAD earlier this year in January 2025, I think, was on track to get shovels in the ground months ago, but the program has been delayed for months now. I think oversight would be important and is going to be important because NTIA has restructured the program in a way that is inconsistent with, I think, the letter and the spirit of the law in many ways. BEAD was created from past experience to give states a lot of flexibility. States understand their communities the best. The program was created so that states would have a budget they would use that budget to provide access to unserved and underserved areas. States know their areas the best. They were given the flexibility to use the right mix of technologies. The program was always tech neutral. States have, with the new notice, with the restructuring, states have no longer have that flexibility when it comes to what mix of technologies is appropriate for their state. I would also say the law state has a priority for what technology should be prioritized. It's a technology that is scalable, that meets future connectivity needs, that's resilient. I think any objective assessment would lead that to be fiber. And that's the priority that the statute lays out. It's not the cheapest technology, and I think the way the program has been restructured, the focus is on the cheapest as opposed to the best technology. I would also say with the low-cost option, the statute specifically says states determine what the low-cost option is. Makes sense, again, because they understand the economics of their state. The new notice takes that away from the states and says the subgrantees themselves should create the low-cost option. And finally, I would just say with non-deployment funds, the statute specifically says that any leftover money can be used for non-deployment, including for adoption. We've seen some states in the past propose using those funds to improve permitting processes. The new NOFO rescinds rescinds the approved uses of non-deployment funds and does not provide any further guidance on how those funds should be used. And so I do think there should be oversight over the way the program is being run. This was supposed to be a program that got everybody in unserved and underserved areas connected. Some areas are more costly, and that's what this program was for. And I think you can see one example of this is Louisiana. Louisiana had their proposal approved in January of this year, 90% fiber in their state. Under the new guidance, Louisiana now has 80% fiber, which still sounds like a lot of fiber, but where's that 10%? What 10% is no longer has fiber deployment? It's the poorest areas in Louisiana. So Louisiana determined initially, knowing their state, that these areas deserved fiber. Under the new guidance, NCTA has decided that they don't deserve fiber. So I do think oversight over the way the program is being run is important, and we should make sure that we're using these funds for not the cheapest technology and the cheapest investment, but an investment that is going to be long-term. And I am concerned that it's low-income and rural areas that this program was supposed to build out to, and those are the areas that will most likely lose out again.
Julia?
Yeah, Paul Rule's more of an expert on this. I will say I do think recently, $42 billion took a lot of time to get out. I know there's been a lot of jokes, but we did not see anything in the Biden administration.
The law did require maps,
Yeah.
which took some time,
It
but
did.
the law did
I
ask
am
for maps.
impressed. I'm hopeful with Secretary Lutnick's deregulation around the BEAD program. Hopefully that speeds things up. I do think it's a lot of money. It's a lot of taxpayer money. Connecting rural and underserved Americans remains a top priority for Chairman Guthrie. So I think we need to, it's Congress's role to keep an eye out and look at how this BEAD money is being deployed.
Do either of you want to jump in real quick?
Yeah, Nevada was actually one of the first states to get their final proposal approved. We were going to have shovels in the ground, but the only thing being held up was Lutnick was holding up our money, right? Can't start a construction project without the money. And so my boss has sent and led multiple letters about this program. She was on the working group that wrote the bill. She was on the broadband task force that designed this program, and completely agree with Paul Rule. The new guidance completely changed the focus of this program, right? It's not just a deployment program, right? Unserved, underserved, those, and community anchor institutions, those are the top 3 places. But it also had non-deployment, right? That was the 4th use, non-deployment funds. And recent comments from this administration saying that, non-deployment guidance is rescinded. We may or may not, right? New guidance, really problematic. That there's a huge gap, right? From access, affordability to actually being able to use and adopt broadband, right? And if the only thing you can get after BEAD is done is, worse technology that you may have already had access to and that cost $130 a month, I don't think the mission of closing the digital divide, which is the BEAD's mission, ends up happening because of that. And that's, oversight of this program. Would love to have a hearing about it. Would love to, bring folks to Capitol Hill and ask them some questions. My bosses continue to try to ask them questions and have not gotten really good responses. So definitely something I think we should be having more oversight of.
Final word, Duncan.
I got a lot of thoughts. Look, I hear what Parul is saying, but fundamentally, by her own admission, the criteria preferenced fiber. That's not a tech-neutral approach. That's an approach that preferences a technology. Now, you can say that statutory criteria created the preference in and of itself. I would sort of quibble with that, but we're, 9 months into the year, and it's now, Secretary Letnick and Administrator Roth's fault that money has been temporarily halted when it was in the queue for years with the prior administration. And let's not forget, plenty of extra statutory criterion that were added on to those requirements. Your state broadband plan had to have a greenhouse gas mitigation strategy. The hell does that have to do with broadband? So it's a bit much to say it's all of a sudden their fault. But I do think if the goal is connecting the unconnected and unserved, then you should look at how do you do that the fastest? And that is not always going to be fiber, but the way that the program was set up under the prior administration was, unless you met a series of exceptional criteria, you were basically locked in for fiber. And I think the approach that the administration has taken, which is, in my view, much more tech neutral, is an appropriate one, and will end up being a cost savings. What happens with the leftover money and how non-deployment guidance is or isn't reissued, I don't know. I'm not privy to. But I do think when we talk about access and adoption, look no further than the Affordable Connectivity Program. I had everyone in the world in my ear on ACP and howling about how the world would end if we let the ACP subsidies lapse. It didn't. And actually, if you look at the economic data, many of the broadband plans stayed the same price, and actually a number of them had capitalized in the subsidy. Because as it turns out, in basic economics, when a government subsidy comes, companies build that into the price point because they know they're going to make that money. So I'm not sure that the best and highest use of the remaining dollars is to reconstitute ACP in some new form.
I would just add, though, it did take this NTIA 6 months to provide further guidance, so there was a 6-month delay. I would also add the statute does not say it's the fastest or the cheapest technology. It still says priority broadband preference, right? Which that's how the technology is defined. It's not defined as what's the fastest or what's the cheapest.
I get that, and look, I would have welcomed some bipartisan support for Ariel Roth, who I think is eminently qualified to be NTIA administrator. Unfortunately, we got just a paltry showing of it, and so we could have had an NTIA administrator in there sooner had we had strong bipartisan backing, but that's neither here nor there because it's done. I just find it a bit rich that, well, the statute said this, and so we're going to lean on that, and then where the statute is silent, they've added criteria and said, well, the statute didn't say we couldn't. So it's either one or the other.
I mean, you could have easily removed those extra provisions and kept the program the same, right? If that was the issue, you could have had guidance a month later, got rid of the provisions that you don't like, rather than restructuring the whole program in a way that's not consistent with the law.
All right. Into infrastructure and permitting, what reforms could Congress consider to streamline pole attachment process, cost sharing, make-ready work, dispute resolution, while balancing all the interests of utilities and every other consumer and stakeholder?
Why don't you just ask how we can get the appropriate bills done? Look, actually, we'll say, when it comes to broadband deployment, I think this is one area where I hope that there would be some agreement, is infrastructure is painfully slow to get deployed in this country, whether it's broadband or something else. There is a small but extremely vocal contingent of trial lawyers and environmental zealots who want to make it their life's mission to hold back human progress in furtherance of the pygmy tree frog or the zebra delta smelt or whatever. We've got to get over that. Last Congress, my boss worked with Senator Kelly on a bill called Building Chips in America Act. We colloquially referred to it as CHIPS NEPA, that boy, they were just modest, sort of thoughtful streamlining for NEPA and Historical Preservation Act. We got it unanimously through the Senate several times, but then we had to have a suspension vote in the House, and there was lots of hand-wringing and sort of consternation. So fundamentally, I think it's going to take our Democrat colleagues coming to the table on some of these bigger things on NEPA and HPA. On poll attachments specifically, there's a lot of different thoughts. One I've had is, should we create some sort of monetary incentive for a dispute resolution process so that disputes are brought in good faith, and the parties really are coming to the table to negotiate what the price point will be. The FCC has some history in negotiating or adjudicating whether things are done in good faith. You can look at satellite TV and retransmission consent for some reference there. So that might be one area, but I think more fundamentally it's going to be the big picture permitting reform and streamlining that gets government out of the way.
Sarah?
Yeah, I think the biggest issue we see with permitting in Nevada specifically is federal land. We're at 87% federal land. You have a bunch of different agencies that have to review a project, especially when you have a federal project that crosses the entire state. We saw that with Middle Mile. You had to go through BLM land, Forest Service, national parks, tons of stuff. And those agencies don't really talk, right? I think there would be a lot of bipartisan interest in something to speed that process up, right? Having them coordinate, having a lead agency, maybe some form of automation with some of these permitting things, right? They still have to like manufacture and write the reports to grant these permits. Also, a lot of these folks aren't, telecom engineers like a lot of you might be, right? They don't know what this project looks like. So they may say, you need to do this type of assessment before, or this type of study. You need to walk the entire project, during this mating season of this animal or something, and that's only in May, and I'm telling you in June, and it ends up taking a lot longer.
Better luck next year.
Yeah, right. Like so I do think there are things that could be bipartisan in that way, because we see it a lot in Nevada, right? For these really big foundational projects, Middle Mile is one where you cover a lot of ground, you cover a lot of jurisdiction, and I do think there can be bipartisan, things on that. I think where you get tricky is when you start talking about permitting broadly in all types of projects, not just telecom projects, because then, right, what was the quip you made about like the greenhouse gas sort of stuff for telecom? It's like some things maybe we can skip over, right, for telecom sort of stuff, so.
Okay. Julia, I want to go back to what you talked about as your sort of one issue that if, you could wave a magic wand and it's kids and online and, there's different bills. It feels like this is an issue that every lawmaker talks about, and yet they still don't get it across the finish line. Where do things stand on the House in your committee and in the Senate and actually getting a floor vote? And is this one of those things that just has to find a bigger vehicle to latch on to pass? This is what happens in Congress these days. The really important bills only get passed if they sort of find a ride on the annual Pentagon policy bill. So where do things stand on it?
Yeah, I think it depends kind of what bills we're talking about. So for kids' safety online, in the next month or two, Energy and Commerce is going to have a legislative hearing on anywhere from 10 to 20 bills, right? So this is everything from bills that you've seen, the COPPA 2.0, to Sammy's Law, to age verification bills, Screen Act, a lot of things that we've seen coming down the courts, things that states are doing. There's no one size fits all here, and I think that's something that the chairman feels very strongly about, is that there's so many harms online, and we can't just have one massive bill to try to address them all. One, because they're usually unconstitutional, and there's no point in passing a bill that's going to get struck down in the courts because that doesn't actually protect kids. So the chairman is taking a very nuanced approach to many targeted bills. Every one of our members has a priority. Video games, chatbots is the new thing everyone's talking about. So we're looking at all of those, and we're really hoping to, have this ledge hearing, see what sticks, see what gains traction, see where we can have bipartisan compromise, hopefully bicameral compromise on a lot of these things, and hopefully get them across the finish line. So maybe in a package, but some of these things that are a little bit more baked, like Copper 2.0, I think has like a little bit of a better chance. Some of these newer bills might have to split on how we get them across the finish line.
Okay, and Powell, Democratic support for some, all?
It's not an issue that my subcommittee works on, but I can say overall, Ranking Member Pallone also wants to make sure that we are protecting kids, and just overall when it comes to privacy legislation has been open to working in a bipartisan way, and believes that what's most important is ensuring data minimization is the underlying efforts of all privacy legislation. But I would say that that's pretty high level for what I can provide today.
And Senate Commerce?
Yeah, I think general agreement. I think we've made big strides in updating COPPA and advancing that. The chairman has a bill with Senator Schatz, COSMA, that also addresses another facet of kids' online safety. So it's an area broad. I think bipartisan agreement is a general high-level matter, and I do think to the broader conversation on privacy and a national privacy bill. It's the elusive thing for everyone. The way that you get that done, if you're going to get it done, really is agreeing on a fundamental set of standards. And I think if we can get kids' online safety legislation done, that it will provide strong areas of agreement that you can build on for a broader privacy bill.
Yeah?
I think I agree with what everyone said.
Okay.
Yeah.
Look at that. They say Congress doesn't agree. But.
No, this is one that I feel like even as just a political reporter up there, I hear, it seems like it's an issue that everybody has thoughts on and agrees on the general concept. It's just finally getting it across the finish line. So, okay. With innovation, you've got technologies delivering broadband and significant improvements to performance of existing ones. What policy, regulatory approaches, whatever, should Congress consider to encourage innovation, ensure consumer benefits, and long-term competitiveness? We'll start going down the line.
This is not a telecom one, but I do think AI is a big thing. I don't think we've talked about that yet. It spans every industry. We saw just at the beginning of the year, from a few months ago, there's been 1,000 state proposals out there on different AI legislation. I think it's very important. AI is where we need a federal standard. We talked briefly about privacy. You see, we have a huge patchwork of privacy bills right now. California to Texas, Kentucky's very similar. It's drowning companies and small businesses with compliance. A lot of them can't pay the compliance fees. Small businesses fail, startups fail because they can't comply with this patchwork of legislation. So I think we can't make that same mistake with AI. So I think something we need to address. I think we need to address the patchwork at the state level, and then we need to replace it with a federal standard.
I would go back to two things that we've already talked about. I do think keeping a spectrum pipeline is important for competitiveness and ensuring that we have a spectrum for shared use, unlicensed use, exclusive use, I think will be important for our competitiveness. And if we're talking about long-term competitiveness, I will go back to making sure that the BEAD program is used in a way that's intended. I think fiber is the best long-term approach wherever it can be deployed, understanding that there are areas that we can't get fiber to, but if we want to be competitive in the long term, when it comes to AI and all these other uses, we should be investing in fiber.
Yeah, definitely agree with what Parul said. I think also I'll add one more thing with, especially when we talk about spectrum, is regulatory certainty, right? Having a strong pipeline, but also not flip-flopping. We just opened up this band for this use. We shouldn't be flip-flopping 5 years later, right? Especially when we think about world leadership, right? A lot of this technology isn't just being shipped to the U.S., right? It's us versus China in a lot of ways when we're talking about tech manufacturing, right? And also onshoring some of that manufacturing, advanced manufacturing. A lot of that needs CBRS, right, in order to have the reliability and the amount of sensors and tech in order to manufacture what you're doing, right? These new robots or, digital twins, all of that runs on spectrum. You need secure spectrum. And also, so I'll leave it at that.
Sure.
Right.
Duncan?
Yeah, I would sort of go off what Julia was saying. I think a light touch but certain regulatory approach is fundamentally important to innovation. I don't think you can central plan your way into, well, these are the most promising 12 technologies or whatever, and so we're going to put state support behind them. It's just, it has never worked, it will never work. And you have to have the kind of domestic regulatory landscape that allows people to tinker and to explore ideas and then to scale them up and deploy them without, the fear of, the trial bar coming to eat 10% of your lunch on some settlement for some, bespoke, heretofore unknown harm. So you got to let innovators innovate. I think that's probably the biggest one. And then global standards is another, I would piggyback on this, is hugely important. I think it's often under-discussed and overlooked, but why is a spectrum pipeline so important? Because we can domestically innovate on whatever the next generation is, and then we have to have a globally interoperable system that we can then go and sell that technology abroad. I'm sort of reminded I was in Paris in August, and I saw an ad that was in French, and it had a diaper, and I couldn't make out any of the French words except for Mississippi. And I took a picture and translated it, and it said, "Diaper strong enough to stop the Mississippi," in Paris, right? That's total cultural domination. They're advertising diapers based on an American river. We want that kind of export in sectors all across the United States, and the biggest thing in that is to have tech standards that are led by the Western world and that are developed and adopted by our friends and allies.
Did you see a lot of Yankees hats? Everybody walking around with those NYY hats. It's kind of crazy over in Europe. Are there really that many Yankees fans here, or is it just American culture?
A lot of jeans.
Real quick on AI, it's going to be something that we've barely touched on. Are you more concerned about regulating it now and choking off the innovation, or waiting too long to do something? I sort of mangled that question. I'm sorry, but I think you know what I mean.
I think it kind of piggybacks. So, everyone on this panel has mentioned it. Like, we're in a race against China in everything we're talking about here, and I think that is my boss's biggest concern, right? I think he jokes we're not in a race to regulate against Europe, we're in a race to innovate against China. And I think we need to be very careful if there is a patchwork of overregulation, and we've seen it in California and in Colorado, and there's stifling innovation at a technology that I think is just at the beginning. And we are worried about the unintended consequences of doing that.
Okay, final, did you want to jump in quick?
I was just going to say, yeah, I completely agree. Put yourself in the shoes of the farriers union when the automobile comes around. We'd all still be riding in horse-drawn carriages. Like, innovation happens, and we have to let it happen, otherwise we're going to be on the receiving end of it. And that's not a place I think nationally we want to be.
Okay. All right, we're going to end on just a really light note. Everybody, they had this question in advance, so. All right. It's the NCTA. What is your favorite show, your streaming series, or whatever kind of program that you have been enjoying lately? I'll just start with me. My girlfriend and I love Only Murders in the Building, and we're very excited that Slow Horses is back. If I don't think we haven't started watching it yet, so don't tell me anything. No spoilers, okay? All right. Starting with you, Julia.
As I mentioned, I have a 14-month-old, so we're really trying to keep screen time to a minimum here. But I've been binging Below Deck. I'm not a reality TV show gal, but that one, if you haven't watched it, it's a good binge.
I love true crime. I love crime dramas. So the algorithms work really well in setting me up with what will be what I will enjoy. And I just finished binging City on a Hill. It's an old series, but I think the streaming services already have something.
Okay. What is City on the Hill? City on a Hill?
City on a Hill. It's a 1990s criminal drama based in Boston. I did not know Boston was called City on a Hill, but apparently it is.
There's a lot of Southie accents and stuff. Oh, man.
I'm also a fan of reality TV, so I've been watching Secret Lives of Mormon Wives Season 2.
Oh, I watched a couple episodes of that first season. It's just way out of my league. I'm an Irish Catholic from Philly, so I was like, what is this? Duncan.
I got a twofer. My girlfriend and I just started watching The Wire. I shouldn't say just. We're halfway through season 5, so no spoilers. So if you haven't seen it, here's your plug. Go watch it. It's great. And then on a more modern twist, Tehran. So if anyone knows when the next season's actually going to start, please let me know, because it's been too long.
Season 5 of The Wire is the newspaper season, right?
That's right.
Yeah. It turns out really well for newspapers.
Yeah, look, every season has its villains, but...
All right, everybody. We're into the final 30 seconds. I think we've actually nailed the landing here. Just want to thank NCTA for having us here. You'll have another panel in a second. I think Corey Gardner is going to be up here at some point. There's also a happy hour that some people are going to. So with all of that, thank you very much.
Let's give them another round of applause. I related completely to, I believe it was Parul who mentioned the crime drama. I stream anything crime, serial killer, more crime, cayenne crime, paprika, add a little bit of splash of crime related. So don't go too far. I've been telling y'all that all day. But don't go too far, because up next you'll have a chance to meet and get to know the brand new president, CEO of NCTA, the Internet and Television Association, the Honorable Corey Gardner, who will be in conversation with myself. So please do not go too, yes, a round of applause. Way to stay locked in. I appreciate that. So we'll see everyone right back here. Yes, 5:15, right? 5:15? All right, you're out there. I feel it. So see you again shortly. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the Continuum stage, President and CEO of NCTA, the Honorable Corey Gardner, joined by our host, journalist, producer, and TV personality, Dana Blair.
Yeah. I like to add on a few things.
Yeah, well, welcome. Thank you for coming to the Continuum.
Thank you for having me at the Continuum.
And all the great, amazing people who did the work here, so we appreciate you being here.
Thank you so very much. It's been a wonderful, wonderful experience. Have y'all had a good time? Yes?
Yeah, that's
yes?
right. Tried the headsets on, put the glasses, seen the VR. It's amazing.
Seen and everything. And thank you for coming over and bringing your beverages. Tell everyone, text them to come over. We're having a great conversation coming up. So, since we're sitting on the Continuum stage, what are your impressions and initial thoughts of the exhibit in the space here at the SCTE Tech Expo?
You know, it's pretty incredible. And I was walking through again with Steny Hoyer, Congressman Hoyer, and he was over by the original coffee can amplifier. And I don't know about you all, but I did things with the coffee can, like turning them into a camp stove so that I could put a candle inside of it and maybe punch some holes in it. I did not create an entire industry out of a coffee can, so it's incredible to see it. It's incredible to see where it started. It's incredible to see the brilliant minds behind it. And then, of course, what it is today. with the new the new technology,
Yes.
the looking glass applications, the augmented reality, it really is incredible to see. And knowing that every one of those inventions, every one of those policies created millions of jobs
Right.
with billions of dollars of investment
Yeah.
behind them. It's just mind-blowing.
Absolutely. I caught, was it the lightning bugs?
Yes.
Yeah, so that's all I did. That's
Yeah, no,
That's what I
been
do
there
with my
too.
coffee
Yeah,
can.
yeah. Still fun to do.
still fun to
Yeah.
do. In Louisiana, that's just what I did. I caught things and drove my mom crazy when I brought them home.
That's right. Based on our football team's record in Colorado, we don't catch things anymore, so that's good.
We'll
Yeah.
talk about that.
Yeah.
That's tomorrow's conversation. Join us for tomorrow's panel on that. The presence of policymakers here at the Expo is quite impressive. What does it mean to have officials such as the FCC Chairman Carr, NTIA Administrator Roth, Representative Guthrie, and others participate at this event?
I mean, look, they see the recognition. It's a recognition of the importance of the industry. It's recognition about the advancements the industry is making each and every day. It's recognition that technologies like DOCSIS and some of the other exhibits around are making a huge impact in our commerce, in our national security, in the jobs that we're creating, in their districts, and the people that they represent. I had the opportunity to join Senator Duckworth at an exhibit where they were talking about some of those new applications and where the provider was at in Illinois and how they were going to build it out to 1 million homes over their entire system. And you think about what that means in terms of speed for the consumer, what they're able to do, how they can move information up and down. And that's when Chairman Carr is here, when Senator Duckworth is here, Steny Hoyer is here, Brett Guthrie, Mark Warner, all of the people that will be joining us throughout the rest of the evening and tomorrow. It means that they're paying attention, they're engaged, and they want to see even more advancements that are being made possible by the very people that they get to meet here.
And we're doing it at such a large scale,
Yeah.
which is so inspiring. I'm sitting here, I'm like, wow, this is amazing.
It is amazing. I mean, this is, as a kid, you go through stages of having, science fair opportunities, and this is like adult science fair. It's really amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great way to describe it. I didn't think about it like that. I like that. What stood out to you most in your first week on the job? And is there anything that surprised you here at NCTA?
Oh man, yeah, I think it's just the people, right? It's just great people who want to do their work and they want to find ways to do their work. And you you go through and you talk to some of the humble nature of the people who've invested, the humble nature of people who've made these technologies possible, they are responsible so much of the joy in our lives. So many people around us are responsible for the ability to connect with your mom on Mother's Day, right? To have the kid who was able to get through school during a COVID shutdown because of the work that's taking place right here. And so that's what's so amazing here. And the impressive part is just how do you continue to do more, right? Because at some point you think, well, gosh, we've about reached it, but they continue to just blow expectations out of the water with the technology, able to deliver more, able to find more speed, able to find more ways to innovate. I mean, gosh, we talked about it this morning with FCC, with Chairman Carr, about $2 trillion being invested in 30 years by the industry. It is phenomenal to see that kind of deployment of resources and ideas, all to make our lives better.
And it's so interesting when you said to do more. It's like just when I think that we can't do more, the minds, the innovation I find truly inspiring. We've created the next level.
It is next level. We were joking with a couple of people. We said, the next opportunity to get together the TechExpo, we could call it Beyond the Continuum. And I said, well, why? They said, because that sounds better than Continuum-er. I think much better.
I like that. Mark, you write that down? Beyond you got that one? What are you most excited about? Oh, excuse me. How do you envision spending the first 90 days on the job?
Yeah, it's funny. We all have our family members that will call us up when they know what we do, or they think they know what we do, and they share their opinions with us. My cousin Doyle called me up the second he found out that I was going to be moving into this role. And he was calling me to complain about his primetime lineup that he didn't think was satisfactory to him. I had to explain to him that that's not exactly what I do, but it's fun. So the first 90 days, look, it's understanding the people, it's understanding the technology, it's developing the relationships, and it's creating the vision and building on the vision that exists. over those 90 days to take us into the next 90 years and beyond, right? It's about standing on the shoulders of the cable pioneers that we celebrated last night. It's about taking the great things that were accomplished under the leadership of Michael Powell at NCTA and building on those. And the team at NCTA is just absolutely incredible. And so, beyond finding my way around the office, beyond finding which conference room I'm supposed to be in, it's about getting to know the people who drive the policies that turn around, and our member companies, to meet the innovators and the sort of like entrepreneurs who have imagined this whole, I guess beyond imagination, right? Because they've imagined it and then they created it.
Yes.
So getting to know them and learning from them. I'm somebody who loves to absorb ideas and energy from other people, and I don't think you can find a better group of people to do that with.
I'm the same way. Actually, when I first met you, you caught me dancing by. So I was like, yeah, we have some energy. I love the conversation.
Dancing.
I was dancing.
I started to dance, and she said, no, stop, don't do that. So, yeah.
No, tomorrow I'm going to encourage everyone in the audience to enjoy it, to join in on that. We'll see how that goes.
That's good.
I like how that goes, yeah. What are you most excited about as you step into this role, both personally and professionally?
It's funny. Some have already heard me talk about this. Growing up in Colorado, there's some amazing and incredible pioneers there, and the stories talk about why did so many start and concentrate there? Well, elevation had a lot to do with it.
Perhaps, yeah.
But you think about the ingenuity that went behind that work in Colorado, spreading across. This we've got as part of this effort, NCTA not only representing the operators but programmers as well, and to be able to connect it to America. And you think about the virtues of this country. You think about what connects us together. And it all comes together with the continuum, right? Because the things that we see, the things that define our moment, our news, it all is delivered to us, brought to us here. Our town hall debates, our town spaces, right? It's all brought together right here through that fiber, through that coax, through the opportunities we have to engage, expand.
Yes.
And so I'm excited about continuing that effort, to continue the connectivity that brings people to know each other and to expand our economic horizons. I live in a little tiny town in Colorado. It's where I'm from. And I made the joke, and I think Chairman Carr even referenced it this morning. I used to say that my cell phone coverage was so. How did I say it? I had more bars on Main Street than bars on my cell phone, I think is what I said, in that small town. Growing up, we didn't have as many opportunities to connect as others did. And now with the investments of capital and resources, the jobs that have been created there, it's remarkable what somebody can do when they're 90 miles away from the nearest Starbucks. They can be just as engaged in global commerce as somebody living in downtown New York or downtown Denver, and making it all possible because of the investment and ingenuity of the people right here.
Absolutely, able to launch businesses from anywhere,
right?
Study online courses, absolutely. And I grew up in a small town as well,
in Louisiana.
Alexandria, Louisiana.
Now, where's that?
Central Louisiana. If you blink, you'll miss it. Just go to New Orleans, people. Don't just go to New Orleans.
I used to say about my hometown that it was the newspaper, the weekly newspaper, ran the story about the first baby being born of the year. This year was November. So yeah, it will be November. That's how small it is.
That's how it happened. It's okay. Is there anything that you want to share about yourself that sets the tone for your leadership style, or what motivates you?
Yeah, look, we talked about this last night with Mark Greatrix Cox, and we talked about finding that sixth gear, right? And driving and energy and enthusiasm and passion, and finding that ability to just innovate. We have a lot of political entrepreneurs in Washington, D.C. A lot, and the number of political entrepreneurs seems to be growing. But I think America will be better off when we find the policy entrepreneurs that can find ways to do things with the great partners they have here at SCTE, the Tech Expo, with the great partners in the industry. So I think that's what we've got to drive in and thrive, and that's what my leadership is focused on, taking the best of the people around, and we have the best of the people all around us here. Taking those ideas, that energy, that level of enthusiasm, and then just driving it forward to get things done. I really believe that having energy, passion, good people, good ideas, that entrepreneurial spirit and policy will make amazing things happen for NCTA and the industry.
Is that what motivates you?
Yeah, look, I want people to excel, right? And I just want to do better by our communities, by the opportunities we're creating for people. And that really is a motivating factor. When you know that you can, by investing here, think about this is something I don't know how many CEOs think about perhaps, or the person who's attaching something onto a pole out in a field somewhere. How many people's lives they have made better because of the access and the connectivity that they have created.
Right.
How many people became successful in their family? How many people connected with people they didn't know because they were able to track a family member down on a website somewhere, or enter commerce that they never thought possible, all because somebody happened to have the right idea to put this technology there, or somebody went out in the middle of a horrible flood and put a pole back up and the equipment restored. They're changing and impacting lives so powerfully, and that is a huge motivation.
Absolutely, absolutely. Before I let you go, I have to ask, I'm going to steal a question from the previous panel. What are you streaming and watching?
Oh, man. That's a good question. So it's been a lot of football lately, right? It's funny, a lot of football. I got family members that play football in the NFL. One family member, they're playing the Denver Broncos tonight.
Okay.
So probably going to be watching that tonight. Logan Wilson, number 55,
All right.
on the Bengals. I got the wrong side of the talent pool of the family. They're all great athletes. I got the height, but nothing else. Yeah, so stream that. I think I started watching. I told the folks the other day that I was watching Wednesday. The first season,
okay,
so that I can get into the second season, because I know our daughter's going to watch it, so I got to get ready and talk about it and answer some questions.
Got to be ready, Dad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but I'm excited about it, and I meant it this morning when I talked about it. When you are thinking about how we all grew up, what we had access to as kids, what our parents had access to, and you think about what our children will have access to and how their lives are going to be transformed.
Yeah.
It is incredible. You put on a pair of these glasses that Qualcomm is showing off tonight, and what that means for their ability to create new ideas, new jobs. You go over and you look at the looking glass, you look at some of the other optical work that's been taking place, and it is unlimited in potential, unlimited in opportunity. And really that's what this show is about. And the Continuum really is that part of our life that it brings us all together for what's next.
Absolutely. And we also have a conversation with Qualcomm and talking about immersive realities tomorrow right here on the Continuum stage as well. So we'll do an even deeper dive.
We continue tomorrow.
We'll continue tomorrow. Thank you so very much for giving us so much of your time. I know you've had a busy day. We look forward to seeing you as well tomorrow.
Well, thank you very much. I just want to thank all the people who've made this possible today, from the exhibitors themselves to the attendees to a great team here that's taken people through the Continuum and explained the technology behind it. It really has been a massive and a huge team effort, and just to commend everybody who's been a part of it. So thank you for having me.
Thank you. Thank you. Can we give the Honorable Corey Gardner another round of applause, please?
Thank you.
Please be sure to join him in fireside chats tomorrow morning with Congressman Brett Guthrie and Senator Mark Warner, all on the SCTE headliner stage, which is over there to the right, starting at 8:45 a.m., okay? And that's a wrap for the day one on the Continuum stage. Tomorrow there's another action-packed lineup of policymakers, innovators, and administration officials covering everything from AI to network resiliency, vandalism, to disaster recovery, cybersecurity, to customer experience, and a fascinating look at the future of immersive entertainment, as I mentioned. And so we'll see you right back here tomorrow at 11:30 a.m. Thank you so very, very much, everyone. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Well done. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.